All right. What's going on, everybody? We got a brand new patch to discuss. Patch 118. Pandemonium. We got some major implications here. Actually, you know what? Let me make sure I can get this up, and I think I totally can. I can. Perfect. So that we can come reference this patch here in a second. We're gonna give a little people some time to jump in. You know what? Let's get some beats going here. Let's change this up really quick. What do y'all say? Here we go. Slowly get the tempo up a little bit. We'll give people some time to jump on in. Okay, so we got some new. Let's see what's going on, everybody. All right, so we got some new. It is Friday, so it is new bounty missions day. Got some coffee ready to go. Looking something with some fishing and some hood goblins. Fishing and hood goblins. I think there's some hood goblins that are in. No, there's not any hood goblins that are in. No, there's not. I would like to go to Old Kept Caverns if possible, but I don't think there's any hood goblins. No, there's not. Okay, that's fine. We're going to go right into... Doing good. Just went live. Oh man, we're gonna be exciting. I'm excited today. Okay, so we're just gonna go. I think we're gonna just go straight into Mount Oldkep. Nice, easy adventure to start off with. I mean, not easy, but something I extremely familiar with, so I can go in autopilot mode while we do a little bit of talking. What you say? Okay, let me get my good little loadout here. Boom, and you, and put these bad boys away, and we're gonna run with healing potion real quick. All right, we got our Mount Oldkep float out. Ooh, my back wants to pop. Ooh, oh, there it is. All right, now we're ready to go. Warm the neck up, warm the hands up. Going to be doing some work today, ladies and gentlemen. We got 326 people online right now, 7:55 p.m. All right, let's go knock some of these bad boys out. We got quite a bit to talk about today. Today we have received, actually last night for me, Central Standard Time, over here in the United States, Deep South Texas, baby. We got a new update from Cliff, a new Medium article, that always gets me excited, man. Always gets me excited. Because I know a lot of players, the very first time you might read one of these articles, you know, you go through it 3, 4, 5 times. You get a good little understanding of what's in there. And then all of a sudden, you don't realize this, but once the patch actually launches, and that could be any time. It could be tonight. It could be in a week. It could be in 2 weeks. Who knows? But what you start to realize is that once the actual patch comes out, that's when you realize how much information is actually missing from the article. Cliff has always done a good job, and I'm a big personal fan of this. I'm one of those guys that whenever a new TV show or a new movie comes out, I don't want spoilers, man. Granted, where this is different. I want all the information I can get. However, I love the fact how Cliff does not release all the information all at once. He puts some things in there, a little bit of some teaser information, guides some players in the right direction of where he wants you to head. And there will definitely be some hidden items in this update, with as big as it is. They could be small, they could be big. We don't know. All right, I think stream quality is hanging in there just fine. Audio levels looking good. Volga Hard. Excited about the Baba Yaga. Super excited about the upcoming patch, man. We got so much to talk about. So much potential here. It's the big one. When Cliff gets excited, I think it's safe to say we can all get a little excited. I'm sure everybody's already been through the patch information. I'm not going to go through and read it, you know, word for word. You know, I know there's a lot of streamers today. Major shout outs to Flux, to Non-Dairy. I saw both of their YouTube videos or streams talking about it. Seen a lot of other videos. Everybody talking about the patch, trying to speculate. Really what the goal today is on my end, we're going to go through it. We're going to do a brief coverage of everything. But I want to get into the finer details. I want to get into some of the prediction modes. Uh-oh. Don't think we had an issue there with the stream, but let me see. What happened? Did we lose some frames? Okay, maybe it was just the game there for a second while we were going through that mining rock. But yes. It's super... So last night around, it was around 3 in the morning actually for me. 2:30 I would say, probably 2:30 a.m. I was about to go to sleep. I had just YouTube going on, and all of a sudden I got that message. Ding! Here comes the patch notes. And of course, if you were excited as I am, there was no way I was getting any sleep for the next hour, 2 hours. I read through the patch. Advice to what to do with 1 million gold? Well, we're going to get into that for sure. Any of you that have been checking in on the streams, I had roughly about 1 million gold. You know, maybe about 3 weeks ago, I would assume. And slowly over these past 3 weeks, I've been winding down, putting that gold to use, getting ready for this patch. Ended up making the decision that I didn't want to go into this next patch with a whole heavy amount of gold. Wanted to put it to work beforehand. You always want to be one step ahead of the players, right? Everyone right now is making the decisions on what to do with their gold. You know, now, granted, I made some mistakes in terms of where I put some gold, but that's part of the game, you know? It just is what it is. So I got a new setup here, guys. So you're going to have to bear with me a little bit. Got things in different positions. I think the camera quality should be okay. It's going to be a hard one, really, to predict where to go with gold. Now, the way that I spent my gold recently, definitely one major mistake, and I think some rather good uses of gold. Now, if you're just checking in with me from the past week or two, it's been about a week, I think. I had an unfortunate lazy death that occurred in Mount Okep. Was not paying attention, and I lost the mythical Stonebreaker and the miner's hat. So that was costly to get them both back. I spent about 500,000 gold. No, a little bit more than 500,000 gold. 600,000 gold just there by itself to get those items back. Now, retrospect, you know, and after I made the purchase, I had thought about, you know, that I should have waited on the mythical stone hammer. Now that we see what this new patch is, I think that would have been the correct move. But that bonus XP was important to me, and the ability to farm some of these legendary legendary virtual items. But it is what it is. No need to worry about it. We're going to be moving on. So, what are the things we're going to talk about today? Let me get to a little safe spot real quick. How far are we into this dungeon already? You know what? There's no runes. There are no runes in Mount Okep. Interesting. I think I need to jump over to Wastelands real fast. But I'm going to go ahead and pull up the Medium article. We're just going to go topic by topic real quick. We'll give you some ideas of what I think's about to happen. Now, like I said, we know for a fact that not all the information that's coming out in this new patch was released in the article. There's going to be a lot of things to discover, a lot of things that's unknown. Probably where we want to get started, I think it just needs to be with the forging skill, because that's going to be the new mechanic here. Let me pop it up real fast. That is not the one I want. Let's see. That is not the one I want. Give me a second. Okay, where are we? That's the one I want. Here we go. I think I gotta make this full screen, right? Hey! There we go, there we go, there we go. Ninja Nerd, thank you so much. Yeah, let's talk about why we need Ashenite to craft iron ingots. Okay, yeah, actually, that's a really good one. It's a good pickup that you got. So we're going to jump right into the forging skill. I'm safe in the dungeon. Don't worry, guys. Okay, obviously, the new forging skill is going to be skill-based. It's going to be our new item, our new profession here of note. I think the important thing, you hit the nail on the head right here, right? We already see an Ashenite item here, and it's not its green normal color. It's not its uncommon. It's a blockchain item, right? But it's no longer green on this, which means this is going to be part of the update, I'm assuming. What's important to note, obviously, mining and woodcutting. These are going to be the biggest... these are going to be the gathering skills that are going to be affected. Okay, these are the ones to pay attention to. If you're really high-leveled in woodcutting and you're really high-leveled in mining, your tools are going to be coming from forging, okay? Does that mean you should invest the time to go ahead and get up in forging? That's a hard question really to ask. We'll address it right now. Obviously, we got the forging anvil. So it looks like the anvil and the furnace are going to be two different locations on the map. And we're approximately going to get 5 items per, I'm assuming here, 5 items per rarity class. So if we got common, uncommon, rare, epic, legendary, maybe mythical. I don't think we're going to have transcendent. Maybe mythical. So let's say that's 6 at roughly... 5 items per level, 5 items per rarity class. That would mean a total of 30 levels. Maybe the higher you get, it starts to go up 2 levels. Right now, we can see how it goes. Level 3, level 4, then jump 10, 11, 11. So I think we're going to have to assume, just like the other professions, it's going to range between 1 and 40. That's also important. The new items that we're going to be able to craft, they're going to be sellable in the market, which I think is a really good idea. And once we go ahead and we assemble all 5 pieces, or 4 pieces for the armor, 4 pieces for the armor. Once we get to that point of assembling them, it's going to be account bound. You're no longer going to be able to sell them on the marketplace. So, while we continue with the dungeon, what do we think this is going to mean? Okay. We know that some of these forging items... We know that some of these blockchain items, and Cliff discussed it, I think, pretty clearly. I think when we're reading the Medium article, it's really important to understand what the intent is behind the update. Doesn't mean the intent is what actually is going to play out. Cliff gives only, half of the economy. He creates the model that he thinks will work, but how that model actually gets implemented is what the players decide. Whether we decide certain items are worth spending certain gold or spending certain shadow stones. These decisions are going to be made amongst the player base, and regardless of their rational decisions or not, they are going to have major implications. So, they're going to have implications that Cliff might want to come back and rebalance some of these things, retool them. Maybe he moves one item that was in one skill into another, or maybe he moves up a level, like that you need to be level 10 to craft something instead of level 5. These are all possibilities from all the previous patches that we've had, especially the major patches. They were immediately followed up by 3 or 4 minor patches within a week to 2 weeks. Every single little minor patch made a change. So I always try to tell people, when you're going into a new patch, you have to be very cautious, okay? Be careful with the gold you spend beforehand. Be careful with the shadow stones you spend beforehand. Why? Because the FOMO's real. The speculation's real. Something you read right now might not be final. The minor patch could change something, okay? So just, take caution, and, hopefully we'll all be able to get through it nice and comfy here. But the forging skill, really important thing. The most important thing I think to note of the forging production skill. We're going to just stay with the XP leveling system here. We're just discussing the XP. What's important here is that this production skill is going to be a membership pendant item requirement. Okay, so in other words, you're only going to be able to forge if you have an active membership pendant. Okay, like we do right now. We got 24 days left on our 90-day pendant. Okay, so let's talk about it from a new player's perspective and from an OG's perspective. From the new player's perspective, someone that's coming in, maybe wanting to not invest super hard at the very beginning of the game. Maybe something here that you'll be grinding for a little while, save up some of the resources that you need, activate the pendant whenever you choose to, and then go ahead and do all your crafting in one day. Get all the crafting over with. You know, plan ahead so that way you can put your time, make the use of your time a little bit more efficient. Okay, that's a key one there. From the OG's perspective, okay, from those players right now that are in the level 20s of production and higher, which I would say is probably roughly like 40 players out of 70,000 active players. Maybe there's 40 or 50 that are level 20 production or higher. Let's go take a look at it, actually. I'm going to pull up the leaderboards. We've got a lot to talk about, guys, so we're going to take it nice and slow. Uh-oh, hold on. Hold on here. Hold on. There we go. Let's pull up the leaderboards really quick. Today's grind is going to be a nice slow one, okay? So switch this back up here. All right, let's go down to production skills, and we're going to go specifically engineering. How many people? Okay, we're in the 50s. 75, 80. 83 players that are 20 or above. You know, once you get to that 20 level, I mean, this is just rough estimations here, but this is where the grind gets real, okay? And this is where you need to start putting in quite a bit of time in terms of running back and forth, and also amount of gold to be able to level up. Every skill level gets harder. Here's my skills, you know, like 75k. Let's say the average item gives you 50 XP, you know, 50 XP, 75,000 divided by 50. That means you need about 1,500 common items or better. Let's say minimum price for those common items is 50 gold. You know, that's roughly 75,000 gold per level at level 20. And it keeps growing from there. So, you know, you can imagine for any new players there, that's a good amount of time sink there to be able to get that gold and then automatically just put it to go up one level. It's a big deal. But like I was saying, from the OG's perspective, you're in that level 20 and above. What I think this can do here is I think that it's going to give new players the ability to be able to progress further in the game than they ever have before. Okay? Before, I would say the average player gets to roughly level 20, level 30 if they don't buy a blockchain item. Let's say they get to the ability of running 3 sword dungeons, okay, which is good, you know, but it's roughly, I would say, less than 50% of the maps. I'm not sure. I have to check. But they've been locked in that spot. If they're not willing to go ahead and put money in, they've been locked in that tier, okay? This gives those players the ability to now farm these higher dungeons. Great for new players. It's going to come at the cost of gold, which is going to be earned by the higher level engineers, okay? So as a higher level engineer, you're going to be crafting the basic materials needed for player progression in Lost Relics, and I think we're going to find a nice little balance here. Obviously, new players aren't going to have all the huge amount of gold to throw around, so if the OGs want to sell these pieces of armor and of swords or weapons, we're going to be fighting over some prices here till we get a good understanding of what people are willing to pay for them in terms of gold. So it's going to be a good little balance here. Obviously, new players are gonna outweigh the old players, but it's definitely something to take into consideration. You know, originally, months ago, about a month and a half ago, when I accumulated the 1 million gold that I had, the goal was to spend it all on resources to level up forging. That was my original goal. I deviated from that. I have not done that, okay? The reason why I didn't do that, it's really twofold, right? Like I started, I obviously realized that as the patch progresses, or as the patch and height comes to gets out, I knew that mining resources were naturally going to be going up, or maybe not mining, but just resources in general, production resources. That those items would continue to go up. You know, right now I heard some players on a couple other streams say that iron ore is already going for 75 gold, 100 gold. You know, the last time that I saw, you know, iron ore go past 100 was in the early days of engineering, the early days of levels, when everyone was racing for their engineering skills. You know, I've told this story before, but the early engineers, you know, Danny was his name. I'm not sure if he still plays anymore. I don't think he does. You know, he was one of the very first players to discover that that tools gave double XP because of the fact that he was one of the very first people to craft them. You know, that type of discoverability might happen here. We don't know yet. We don't know yet. Let's see. Hey, Striker, I don't see any breakable properties from the teaser. Do you think armor's not going to break? No, I think armor is going to break. And I think we can see that. I think that's confirmed. Let's go take a quick look. It gets pretty expensive, right, Santos? It does get expensive. Okay, we need to change up this dungeon here, but when we go back, I think I saw here somewhere armor. Just okay, so ooh, it says destructible. It does not say breakable. You're right. Good catch. Good catch. I know I saw some. Where's the example of where it says breakable? No, one of these has an example here. I'm sure a lot of here we go. Okay, so maybe armor's not going to be breakable, but weapons will be breakable. Okay. Okay, so that does change it here a little. That does give me more information. That does change it up a little bit. Let's see what else we can find here. Let's go back. Sorry guys, I'm scrolling a little fast. Okay, so the fact that these items are going to be able to be piecemealed, I like this because from an economy perspective, I think this really works well with the blind emporium, and the reason why I think so is because when a forger is making the decision on what item to craft, they're going to be making that decision. They're going to craft it, obviously, before they put it up for sale. Which means, since the system's a blind auction, there's no way to really guarantee that the one you choose from, the item that you choose from to craft, is going to be immediately sellable. There might be people buying up the floor. There might be nobody listing any items. There might be too many items listed. Okay? So because there's going to be these various different items all available in the store at the same time, really it's going to let the gold flow out differently to all of these producers. Okay? There's no way, even if someone gets a huge jump in the market and starts crafting only helms. Perhaps all the players already are finding those helms or already have helms. You've crafted it. You might have to hold on to it for a little bit. It could work the other way as well. Nobody has a helm and you're making bank because you're one of the very first people that are putting a listing in the market. And before that market refreshes, you're able to find out that you see the prices going up because you're the only one selling them. So there's different ways to play this, but I do like how it's going to be split out, that it does look like not one individual will be able to just like flood the market or dominate the market in one particular area, which I think will be good for gold flowing around the economy to everybody. I think we go there. Obviously, some of the biggest news of the day, some of the biggest news of the patch, the blockchain item swaps. Couple things here. We've already seen today, if we go look at these items right now in the Emporium, these items have already started to skyrocket. Okay? I haven't even attempted to buy them. The goal really was, and this is where you get some of the benefits of sticking around. If you stuck around during the off season and you were slowly accumulating items, here's an opportunity where something that you may have accumulated might just dramatically jump up in price. This is the very first time in the year that I've been playing, a year plus that I've been playing, where I've seen this type of change. I think this is a very intelligent way that Cliff has implemented this change. Hey, Drifting coming in with the sub. Thank you, my friend. You had a great stream earlier, my friend. Congratulations. Keep up the hard work. You've been grinding like a monster, brother. You've been climbing that leaderboard. Glad that you jumped on board right now. But this is a very big and honestly difficult thing for Cliff to have considered. Put yourself in Cliff's position, right? Oh, I'm dropping frames, am I? You're right, I'm dropping some frames here. Let's see what I can do here to lower this. Let's go into... Dropping some frames. We can't be dropping frames right now. Let's see if we can get this. Let's see if we can get this running nice and clean, shall we? Bear with me a couple minutes, people. Bear with me a couple minutes. Okay, I think we go here, we go there. Okay, I think this might have fixed it. All right, just keep me posted here, guys. We're gonna do another run. Keep me posted on what you're seeing in terms of the frames. If they continue to drop, might need to make a couple little changes here. Maybe lower the stream quality, come back on. But we'll see, we'll see. Okay. We'll jump right back in. Luma Gaming. All right. Thank you guys for jumping on in. Okay, so look, put yourself in Cliff's position, right? So it looks like there's obviously two things he wanted, major things he wanted to address. He wanted to attempt to fix the issues behind the skyrocketing prices of tools. I would say that was probably his main objective when it comes to forging. It also looks like the way he chose to address it obviously affects blockchain items. But ever since I've been playing, he's made some major changes. When I got started, he had the concept of adventure stones for every dungeon run. You were roughly paying about a quarter per run to be able to go into a dungeon. Okay. When the major update came out in it was September of last year, one of his very first actions was to go ahead and substitute the adventure stones that players had with gold. He rewarded you for having previously purchased adventure stones, and he gave you gold instead, which, if you were one of those players, which I was very fortunate enough to be, you had a huge advantage on the economy, on the early game economy. You had gold ahead of time that other players didn't have. That puts you in a position to be able to make moves, make plays on the market. You know, obviously there was a lot of players that had a whole bunch of adventure stones and immediately started with 1 million gold. I was not that lucky, but I was able to get a good little bonus there. So Cliff obviously cares about the players. So what he decided to do here was he wanted to go ahead and make these switches, and he made sure that anybody who was going to be losing, quote unquote, an item, was going to be replaced with a much stronger, or an item that had much more utility than the previous item. Okay, to account for these changes. That's substantial. Aaron jumping on in the stream. What's going on, my friend? How you doing? How you doing? So I think we're a little bit better on some drop frames there, right, guys? So you have to think about it. If we're talking about legendary relics here, legendary relics, epic relics, and probably a lot more relics that haven't been confirmed yet. I think we see somewhere in the Medium article that there are other items that are going to be getting effects or utilities that are not discussed in the article. So I think this might be some of the fixes where we talk about things like the Ashenite blockchain items that are probably no longer be blockchain. They're going to be virtual now. Atlantic Tech Guy, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Hope you're doing good. But like I said, the way that Cliff navigated this update, okay, you can understand how obviously a lot of players, if he took away a blockchain item, would be upset. But he found a way to thread that needle to be able to provide people value without making you feel like you lost anything, but also continue along with the progression of the game. And this game is ever evolving, guys. It's going to continue to be evolving. This is a pretty substantial update. It's going to dramatically change the way the in-game economy works, the way the blockchain economy works. It's going to change a lot of things across the board. The way that people value gold, the way people value XP. We're all going to be making these decisions from scratch all over again. Okay, it's a reset really for a lot of different fundamental aspects of the game. Obviously, engineering is the major profession here. Forging and engineering are the major professions here that are getting these updates. I think it's going to definitely be something. If you're a new player that was coming on board, maybe you made some purchases a little while ago. This is the part of being inside an early access game. This is part of the development features. Okay, we're literally, the way that Ethereum is. A lot of people would make comments that updating Ethereum is like trying to upgrade an airplane mid-flight. It's the same thing. It's the same thing with gaming. Okay, as these games that are in early access and pre-alpha are getting developed, as these patches roll out, major changes are going to happen. Blockchain items are going to lose value, are going to gain value, and it's going to happen over and over and over and over. This is your first patch. If you're a new player and this is the first time you see it, this is a good eye-opening moment so that you could pay attention to it, understand it for what it is, and be able to be flexible and adapt with these changes. Okay, there's no way that any game that's being built right now can have any clue about what future updates are going to be happening in the cryptocurrency space. No one's going to know whether these layer 2 solutions, whether it's JumpNet or Polygon or Polkadot or any of these other chains, Solana, there's no way for anyone to know right now if they're going to be successful. So any game that's building right now has to stay agile, has to be able to make changes. So this is going to continue. So I'm glad everybody's getting a chance to see it now. Make sure to pass along the message. This message, the players that don't jump in on this patch, but jump in on the Halloween update or jump in the Christmas update, they're not going to be used to this. They're not going to see this. Forward along the message. Okay? So, jumping back into the patch really quick. Obviously, all the ingots, the ivory barley grains, the gold oak, the mushrooms, the starlight, the coral weed, all of them are going to be adjusted into new relics. We don't know anything about what the new effects of these relics are going to be. Okay? I think it was very smart and very heads up, and it's an easy mistake that could be made by any one of by Cliff making an update. It's an easy thing to oversee that there was up market orders. I'm still playing in the background, guys, while we leave this up. Don't worry. It was easy. An easy oversight was to forget about all of the listings that were already on the in-game Emporium. He made sure to cancel all of those, return the Shadow Stones or return the items so that you had time to make a decision about how this is going to affect you, what kind of moves you want to make. I'm sure a lot of you are reevaluating right now, that people that are holding onto these items are reevaluating what they're going to do with it, whether you're going to sell. Obviously, if these items skyrocketed right now, you now have the opportunity to maybe sell them and complete a relic loadout or complete a sword. Maybe upgrade your bow, maybe upgrade your sword. These are things that are going to be important that I think are important things to think about, but I also think you need to be careful because we don't have all the information yet. The decision you make right now might come back to bite you. So just as long as you're aware. Okay, going into armor. Here's the big one, guys. Obviously, it does look like each different armor set is going to have its different abilities, its different buffs and debuffs. Okay, so are we going to have, obviously within this offense and defense category, we now have magic coming in. These -4, -6 magic, what do you call it? Buffs or debuffs or however you want to call them. This could be Cliff setting the ground, getting his first implementation of magic into the new game. He's talked about it in previous updates, talked about it in different patches. on reasons why, that things that players could look forward to going into the future, and maybe reasons why stuff hasn't been, implemented in the past. But it does look like Magic is something we need to pay attention to. Is Magic going to be... I'm guessing if we get Magic, it's going to be skill-based. It's probably going to be... I don't know. My immediate assumption would be that it's something that's going to be ranged, but it doesn't have to be. Maybe we have the ability to throw the elite area of effect attack that it does when it like ground pounds and throws the flames all around in a circle. Maybe we get a projectile attack like some of the summoners that throw magic. This is maybe a hint of what the future has to show, or has things that we can look forward to. Who knows? But I don't think we're going to have magic, at least at this patch. So when it comes to the armor, the other thing to pay attention to, some of this armor items are going to be dropped in adventures. Okay, their drop rates are going to be important to deciding how often people buy or sell these items, or at what the price of these items will go for. I'm not sure who mentioned it earlier in the patch, but like we saw, if we bring this up real quick, just looking at the pictures here, armor does not say breakable. It does say destructible, which means on death it's lost. But when we come down to these forged swords, where did we see it? It's got to be here somewhere. Oh yeah, obviously, swords breakable. Something to pay attention to. If armor's not breakable and it falls in dungeons, but it's in order to forge that item, you need to be a member. You need to be a member of the game. You need to have an active pendant. This could be a way to balance that out, right? Because we know that as new players come on board, and rightfully so, they're probably going to want to take it easy before they start dropping cash. They're going to want to experiment with the game. Let me check in with the chat real quick. Let's see. Yeah. The ivory barley grain. I mean, look, guys. Legolas jumping in on the chat really quick. Do you think that steel ingots and bronze ingots will remain blockchain items? Well, if we look at... It's a good question. If we look at it here, what did he say about ingots real quick? When he used the word ingots, he says... All ingots and ores required for forging are now virtual items. Now, can we see a use for an ingot that is not, can we have ingots used in something other than forging? I would assume not. I would say it's a safe assumption that all ingots and ores will be forging related. Maybe there's going to be one or two ingots that are going to be engineering related rather than forging related. Those might remain blockchain items. But, I would assume 80-20. If there 80% of all the ingots and ores will be forging related, maybe even higher. So that's what I would assume here. But if you die, you lose your armor. Correct. So that's what we're thinking about here. A death in the now, adding armor probably means that we're going to be going back to the Chaos Unleashed difficulty. If players are able to equip armor, you're better protected to go into these dungeons. If you're better equipped, more of a reason to increase difficulty. It may not necessarily be a difficulty increase. We might stay at this same type of difficulty. And maybe now that beginning new players are able to see progression past level 3 style dungeons, as they're progressing and as they're attempting new dungeons, they're going to need something more than the blockchain items that they have and the virtual items that they have. So this armor is probably going to become more and more important as they progress. So now we're going to probably go into a world where all players will be able to attempt all dungeons. Maybe not clear and maybe not be able to farm, but attempt. It'll be good for player retention. It'll be good for the in-game market. If you decide to, go free to play and not, put in value into the ecosystem, then you're trading, rather than trading value, you're going to be trading time, right? Time is money. So as you're going through these levels, as you're dying, as these items are breaking, you're going to be turning your gold that you're earning over the time you put into the game you're going to be handing that gold over to producers, who are obviously going to be using that gold back to buy more resources and further progress their XP gains. Okay. Jumping back in real quick. So blockchain item swaps, obviously. Look, we don't know what these items are, what kind of effects these items are going to have. The thing I've told a lot of players over the past amount of year that we've been playing is that there's a very simple progression that I don't think changes with this update. The very first thing players want, they want to get a weapon, a ranged weapon and a melee weapon. After that, they want relics. Okay? The things that we start to realize, though, and I think it's safe to assume that going into the next few years of production of the game, it's pretty safe to assume that because Cliff has decided to keep weapons on this same tier, right? All Transcendents do roughly the same amount of damage. Mythicals, Legendaries, Epics, so on and so forth. Because they're all on this tier leveled system. The uniqueness is going to come from their individual abilities, which we're now seeing more of. If we scroll down a little further, we got a whole bunch of new weapons that are going to be getting utilities. And this is not it. This is not all of them. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Not all of these, are blockchain. Ring of the Wretched is not blockchain. A lot of these obviously are. But then, as well as other items that are not listed here, I think we're going to be getting a whole bunch of weapon effects. We're going to have a lot of things to experiment with. So now the thing that's going to separate the items within each tier are going to be these effects. But the one thing that relics provide is their uniqueness. Okay? Every single relic is going to be extremely, extremely unique. I don't think we're going to be seeing another type of ruby egg. I don't think we're going to be seeing another type of Archer ring or Frostbite Dawn or bleeding the feeble, what's it called? I'm blanking on the name. Feeble Bloodstone. Which means all of these new items, one of these is probably going to be the one that converts you into the Warden. Maybe it's that Warden necklace that we saw later on. One of these is going to be that. I think. My personal opinion. But because these items are unique and the abilities that they provide you are going to remain unique to that one item, no matter where Lost Relics progresses in the future, relics are going to turn into this thing, are going to turn into these items that are going to have unique utility. Unique utility. Which I personally think are are some of the most valuable parts of this game. The game's obviously called Lost Relics, not Lost Weapons, right? So let's go into the tool belt. A pretty good one I like here. Obviously, quality of life changes. Now that all tools are going to be breakable, they're obviously... Do we have a picture of a tool? I don't think we have a picture of a tool that says this. It's going to be breakable, but what I want to know is... Obviously, they're going to be destructible, right? You're going to die on death. So, here's my thing about the tool belt. If you want to make it easier, you want to equip everything and not have to worry about your tools, you just have everything equipped. if you die in a dungeon, like you're still not going to want to go into a dungeon that doesn't have a node with that tool, and you're carrying it on you, because if you die, you lose it. Like I would not want to be carrying 4 legendary tools on me into a dungeon that I won't use them on if I think I could die, right? But maybe because they're going to be breakable, maybe the value of all these tools are going to be going down. And maybe in that case, if the prices of tools come down, maybe even legendary tools come down, if they come down long enough, maybe it'll get to the point where you're just like, you know what, I'll run with it. Let's see, Adrenaline Rush jumping in says he loves the belt idea, making the mats for the tools virtual, so maybe the cost won't be as bad. So obviously you're going to pay more for something that's going to last you longer, right? You're not going to pay more for something that's going to break unless whatever utility it provides is game changing, right? So I think it's safe to assume prices are going to come down. If we go back to the idea of what Cliff's trying to implement here, he's trying to bring those prices down. You know, sucks for me because I just spent, a lot to get a mythical Stonebreaker back that I put good money in, but that's the nature of the game. Not going to worry about it. The Wrath of the Swarm, yeah, that's probably, an extremely rare item with an effect. Extremely rare item with the effect. That's going to be huge. I don't think there's too much we need to worry about with the tool belt. Obviously, the adventure, the champions rewards. I love the fact players are now going to get access to Gabrielle. I love it at level 5. I think this is a huge quality of life improvement. It also means that players are probably going to level faster, combat level faster. So if you're a new player coming in and you're leveling faster and you have a pendant, you're probably going to want to save up those rewards before you activate your pendant. If you're an OG, this probably means that because they're leveling so fast and because they're getting more and more resources, it probably means resources are going to be taking a dive. More and more people are getting there's more supply because more runs are happening per hour. This also probably means that we're going to have some inflation. Okay? Obviously right now the way gold is generated is based on the amount of runs that all players in the entire game are doing. The more likely that they are, the faster they are able to do runs because they're not running back to the stash, the more gold's generated in the economy. The more gold that's generated, the more people will have gold to spend. What are they going to spend it on? That's the question. So that's huge. And obviously, if you're level 50 or above, you're going to be saving even more money, which just means more gold goes into the economy. So we have a unique situation here. Obviously, we know that when players come on board, the gold economy increases. Before, we had really good sinks, I think. Sinks for the mythical, for the Ninja Kage. These raffles, I think, are doing a very good job at sinking gold. So it's something to pay attention to, At the same, I would want to assume that as pendants start to get purchased with credit cards, there'll be more pendants in the system for people to sell. So that obviously a bigger supply of pendants means price comes down. But if the amount of supply that's going up in pendants is not equal to the amount of gold that's being generated, and let's say gold is significantly more that's generated because of this one feature alone, then we could still live in a world where even though there's more pendants, pendant prices continue to go up. So it's something to keep an eye on. It could go both ways. Obviously, we talked about woodcutting and mining are going to be the new focus to forging. But honestly, these skills updates, there's probably no way for anybody to interpret this. Throw out your ideas right now in the chat if you got an idea of what some skills you think that are going to be changing, But I think it's going to be really hard to predict what's happening here. The tanning frame, engineers are now going to start to make armor, leather armor. So if forged armor is going to provide buffs and debuffs, would leather armor do the same thing, but maybe at a little lesser of an effect. You know, obviously with the spinning wheel, there's very little information we get here. We know that bowstrings are going to be created, but it's only the first item with the spinning wheel. What more is going to be made? So I would think bowstrings. I would think something related to fishing, you know, fishing line. I would think something related to leather crafting, right? Maybe the thread that you need. Engineers need thread for crafting this leather armor. You know, this is going to be a new quest because of the encyclopedia. This is going to be good so that players don't have to travel to the website to be able to search out this information. Breakable weapons and tools. We talked about this a little bit already. Weapon effects. We talked about a little bit. Adventures. So, I think this is another huge one, right? Let me jump into another dungeon run really quick. Adventures changing. Adventures changing. That's going to be... Here's the thing with adventures. First thing to note, obviously. Cliff has done another update that is pushing us away from speedrunning. There are going to be situations where you find a key at the end of your run that's going to require a lot of backtracking to be able to unlock that chest. My guess is that we're probably gonna keep. I mean, I don't think we're gonna have any changes in terms of what these chests drop. I don't think there's gonna be any changes to rarity. I think everything on that end's probably gonna stay the same. But what he's changing now is I think what this is just further. Cliff further like trying to incentivize players clearing dungeons. What do you guys think? I think that's probably the thing to be looking at here. The more players are going into dungeons, clearing the entire dungeon, I just don't think a large percentage of players are going in with the mentality of not clearing the dungeon. Adrenaline says he's not a fan of the key system. Is it because it adds more time to your run? Is it because you don't like the idea of having to backtrack for a chest or maybe missing a key? I'm trying to think of what were the benefits of not opening the chest, like speed running. Like, what's the benefits of speed running other than XP gain, right? I do think we're probably going to be moving into a world where... this is a hard one. Do you think that blockchain items are going to be... I don't think blockchain items are going to be farmed the way they used to be farmed through scavenging, gathering skills. I don't think it's fully going away. I still think it'll be there, but it's not going to be what it used to be. I personally think. Let's see. F2P Gaming coming in. I think the additions from the keys and the loot from the chest can get slightly better. You think with the additions of the keys, that loot could get better? So do you think he cuts down on the number of chests that are inside dungeons? Or do you think there'll still be the same amount of chests? You just need to find the key first. Also, what percentage of players do you think don't purposely try to complete the entire run? Legolas, good question. That's a good one. We're coming up on that one. That's the next topic. Let me do another run. I get so excited, and obviously I'm chugging the coffee that I lose my breath. Let me switch it up. Let's go for some water real quick. I don't know. I think I'm a fan of the key system. I've always been a fan. I've always fully completed dungeons. Maybe that's because I put an extra little value on XP that most players didn't. And I guess you can make the argument. You can make the argument that the faster you clear means the more XP you gain. But I think at the end of the day, the game, like the gameplay loop of fun, is supposed to be fighting. It's supposed to be fighting. It's supposed to be combat. It's supposed to be the feeling of like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it to the end. Like I have 100 enemies to mow through. Like how am I going to do this? How am I going to survive this entire run? Or like, how am I going to make it through this next wave? I think that's the key gameplay loop. You know, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of fun with speedrunning. I'm not trying to I'm not trying to bring down that aspect of it. But I don't, obviously, I mean, Cliff's made it clear, like, that's not his goal. And it can be in the future, but at least right now it's not, right? Let's see. 50-50 on the amount of chests that could go up or down or stay the same. So just a coin flip. Well, I get your point. I get your point on what you're saying. That chests don't feel as rewarding to open because there's less items to be found in it. I think we might be going into a world where more and more virtual items are going to be found in dungeons to support the in-game economy, the gold economy. If you need a key, Santos coming in really quick says, if you need a key, the perceived value for the chest clearly increases. Okay, yeah, that's a good point. There's an extra effort needed to open the chest. But let's be honest, if you have the key, are you not going to open the chest? Slin jumping in about the keys. Cliff said, if you're killing monsters and clearing rooms, you won't even notice them. Yeah. Again, going back to the idea of reinforcing clearing mobs. Enforcing combat being the main aspect of the game. Less survivability and more well, I guess maybe survivability and combat go hand in hand. You're all good with it? There's going to be tweaks. I think it's safe to assume that that's probably going to be one of the more tweaked aspects of the update. Okay, let me clear this room real quick. We just hit the 1 hour mark. How are we doing on those frames, right? I think the frames... Are we still dropping a little bit of frames, guys? No one's giving me a heads up, so I think we're okay, but I think we'll be fine. We might drop a frame or two. Santos, if you find a key, you need a chest. If you find a chest, maybe you need to find the key. I feel you, brother. I feel you. Okay, jump back in real fast while we get a little break here. Graveyard Rumble. Top 10 players. I love the idea here. I love the idea here of bringing back the leaderboards. I'm really hoping, really hoping. I'm really hoping that that leaderboard is going to be the old type of... I mean, it's going to be on the website, obviously. But I really hope he displays in-game the leaderboard the way that he did before. I just loved like that. I loved the look of it passing by the board and just seeing, Gecko on the top of the list or VGBB jumping in on the top of the list. Thanks for jumping in the stream, brother. Could be the internet. Anybody else getting this? Yeah, we might be dropping... It's dropping frames occasionally. Okay, I might need to do a little bit of changes here to the internet. Maybe do a little hard reset. I was having internet issues right before I started the stream, so... It's dropping slightly, but it's getting better. It's a little better at the minute. Yeah. So we got a little bit of construction going on outside. My assumption was that was one of the issues I had. My internet was literally out right before I streamed. So thanks, guys, for dealing with me right now. I'm putting up with that. I can... only other thing... If it continues, guys, let me know. I'll try to do a little reset here. But I really hope that like I was saying, I really hope the graveyard leaderboard is displayed in game. I just think that would look super cool. So Santos, you can find me on Facebook, on Twitch, on YouTube, on pretty much those are all the big ones, and then obviously my Twitter. Here it is for all of you, F Munoz CPA. Go ahead and find me there on Twitter really quick. It's where I do a lot of communicating. I like to share a lot of information, even non-Lost Relics related, but just in the gaming space. If I see something that's really interesting, I try to share it, give people heads up on my thoughts there. But yeah, going back really quick, that Graveyard Rumble, I think it's so cool. What I like, we know that the Graveyard competition is going to end on the 15th, which I think is really good. It's going to be a nice, short, sweet type of event. It does say in the article that after the event ends, that he would probably cycle another reward to continue the event going. I don't know how it's going to be, guys. I can see two worlds, right? I can see the world where any item is allowed in. I could see that world where any relic, any weapon, anything could be allowed into the dungeon. I mean, into the event. You know, obviously that means that certain players have a much bigger advantage. I also think it'll be really cool to just see like what players are able to do with their different relics, different weapons, different loadouts. Remember, all of these effects, you know, that are being onboarded into the game. Don't be surprised, you know, the top tier, whoever wins the competition might be doing it with an epic sword or a legendary axe rather than a transcendent or a mythical, because maybe the utility, that new effect, whatever it could be, maybe that thing is OP. And maybe that completely changes the way that this wave type of competition happens, right? You know? All right. There it is. Give me that Zircon. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. I could also see the world where, let's say you enter into the dungeon, no items, no inventory, and everybody that attempts the competition is given a legendary bow and a legendary sword. I could see that world too. So it's like everyone's on an equal playing field. I think both opportunities. I think both have opportunities to play out, and I wouldn't be surprised in the future if we just get two different modes. One mode where you know, any items allowed, and one mode where all you know, where the loadout is predetermined. Maybe another world where like certain tiers of competition, you know, this is for rares only, this is for epics only. I can see all those being possible. You know, my assumption here is that this is it's an experiment, right? This is an experiment on how this is going to work. Obviously, Cliff wants to incentivize players for attempting it. Everybody. I would also not be surprised if someone figures out a way to break the map and get into a location where they can't be hit, but they could, you know, with their bow they can attack and kill everything. You know, or maybe a way someone's figured out. You know, there was I'm trying to think back. This was months ago, but there was a situation where I don't remember what it was, but it was a community event. I think Boy was the one that was orchestrating it, maybe Kenzie, where the like event was clear Mount Olkepth naked with nothing. And someone figured out and posted a video. Someone figured out a way to regen health without using any items. Some way to break the game, some way to glitch it, right? I wouldn't be surprised that whoever the top players are on the leaderboard figure something like that out, which will be good for two different standpoints. It'll be good because, just more improvements on the game. Obviously, Cliff's going to be able to view everything and be able to see what players are doing, and probably make some changes here or there. Who knows? Maybe the system has already accounted for a lot of this. Oops, did I go the wrong way? Hey, Old Skillful jumping in with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very much. And the follow. Big boys there, big boys there. My bad, guys. I have exactly... Someone give me a follow. We got to change the follow number on Twitch. Someone give me the follow. Where we at? Yeah, I think we're gonna... this is an experiment, right? We're gonna want to see... Which path am I going down? Okay. We need to go this way. Yeah. Okay, so... Look. I got extremely excited. Like, I'm naturally a competitive person. Do I want to compete and compete for that top leaderboard? And do I want to compete for spot number 1? Yes. I'm more excited about the future of this means as these types of like mini events roll out, or oh shoot, what did I do? Okay, I just hit the harvester charge. Misclick there. I think it's cool because I think it means that this isn't going to be the only thing of its own nature, right? So we're gonna have to see. I'll be there competing for it for sure. We got a short turnaround time. If the competition ends October 15th, then I think at the latest the competition needs to start on the 1st of October. At the latest. More than likely, it could drop this weekend, guys. It could drop at the beginning of the next business week. Monday for Cliff, so that way it's during a work week for him while he's updating all this stuff, and he still has the weekend to himself. Hey, there's that follow. Thank you. Kiria. NCS. Thank you for that. We're not going to run through because of that misclick on my thing. You want to play the game so bad? Oh, I guess that kind of goes back to what I'm thinking here, guys. I think there's a high probability that we won't be with how big the waiting list is. I think there's a high probability that you're gonna need to make that first purchase. I mean, look, there's no way to know. Maybe Cliff will roll out tiers of invitees, but having to pay the first time with this new system coming up, it does benefit the in-game economy for players that are already here. It benefits Cliff. I don't know. Is it worth the wait? There's no way to really know, to tell you the truth. Obviously, these rewards, the mythical, legendary, and epic, obviously top tier, great items here. Anyone would want to win this. No questions asked. Look, what did I do the moment I saw Graveyard Rumble? I think you have to assume that we're going to be able to take items in. Okay, I think you have to assume that. Doesn't mean that it's going to happen. But if that's the world, if the world is... See, by taking virtual items into an adventure, into a challenge where you know you're going to die, okay? This gives further incentives for players to burn through consumables that may be building up in people's inventory. Now you're going to have incentive. Like, you want to keep the run going, you take the fish that you've cooked, or the potions you've created, or the set of armor that you're willing to lose. If this is the one run, if this is your shot, if you're going for it, going in, maybe you're going to lose those items. You go in with that idea, knowing that, hey, what am I doing? I need to go get runes. You go in with that idea of knowing you're going to lose something, but it's for, you know, it's for your one shot at glory, right? I kind of like that. Is it going to be the smartest decision to do? No. But I do like the fact of giving another reason for people to use consumables. You know, what did I do when I read the patch? I came in, I went in the market, and I made sure I'm not a top tier alchemist. And not a top tier cooker. You know, there's items here that that could provide use for this type of challenge, right? Obviously, I mean, when you look at cooking, 1,600 energy for the squid. I couldn't find any on the market, but I'm just saying, you know, I'm sure those are going to be built out. You know, obviously bringing up ideas like that. When you look at alchemy, you know, Draco juice with plus 60% to evasiveness in a world where you want to avoid as much damage as possible. You know, probably a very useful item. If you get into a pinch, you pop it. Maybe you can escape from that situation. You know, I also, when it comes back to the blockchain items, let me change my loadout really quick. I shouldn't have gone to Mount Olkep. I should have gone to Wastelands. Because those bad boys are here. So, let me rechange this really quick. Okay, we're going to go here. We're going to go here. I don't ever remember running out of health here, so I think we're fine. Let me change this up just in case. Can't remember really quick. I don't want to burn a lofty since I only have a couple lofties, or just one really. Take a couple of these for now, and if we don't need them, we don't need them. Probably won't need them, but I'm trying blanking off the top of my head. You know, that's the other thing. The game looks fun and reminds you of Diablo 2. I mean, that's the other thing, guys. This update's coming out roughly at the same time when the Diablo 2 remaster is coming out. So we're going to live in a world where Diablo 2 remaster is existing and Lost Relics is happening at the same time. Hey, we got Cliff in the chat. What's going on, Cliff? How you doing, brother? We're going through it. We're going through it. Super excited for this new update. Great stream so far. One question that you'll get answered now. I think the one question has to be for the Graveyard Rumble competition. Are you going to be allowed to bring in anything you want, any type of item, or is everyone going to be on the same? Is everyone going to be given a predefined loadout? That would be my question. There's the big one. Hey, old skilled subs jumping in. Gifted five. Sky Notic, Mutts 420, and Lost Relics game gets the gift sub. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. There you go. Everyone, say hi, Cliff. Give Cliff a little hello. Oh, Cliff, bro, you have to. Maybe you've already done it, and I've been watching in-game chat. You gotta get in game, man. Get in game and just say hello. The players will go nuts just seeing your red logo. Super, super cool. Do I want to ruin the surprise? I don't know, guys. What do you guys think? Do you want me to change up the question? We still have a chance. He hasn't asked it yet. We could switch up the question. We could talk about literally anything else with the update. We could ask something as small as like, you know, if this Ashenite is being turned into a virtual, you know, what's going to happen to the blockchain? We could ask that question. You know, we could also ask the question, maybe we pick one of these relics and we ask him for what the effect could be. You know, no, you know what? Maybe we just ask him when the update's coming out. Just kidding. We'll leave that one alone. Rest in peace to your 7 executioners. I don't know. I don't think you're going to lose the executioners. Actually, does that executioner just go up significantly in value now that we're going to go into an adventure run where nobody, I mean, not an adventure run, well, like a challenge where it goes on forever, where you're going to probably be swarmed with enemies and enemies and enemies. Like I said, probably one of these items is going to get a major effect. And probably when it gets that effect, it's probably going to change the competition. But I mean, I just love the idea that I just love the idea because I think this is the start of a new type of way to play the game, a new mini game mode or a new aspect to the game that will probably be evolved on or inspire further gameplay. So okay, I think the question we got to add. You want to ask for an effect, guys? You want to know what the Wrath of the Storm effect is? Maybe that's a safer question, right? Maybe we ask that one. What do you think? Should we lock it in? Is that a good one, Cliff? We lock in that one? What would be the one effect for the Wrath of the Storm? Let's lock that one in, guys. I don't want to like blow out the big question. I have a feeling Cliff's going to be jumping from chat to chat and coming on in. Can you share with us the effect of the Wrath of the Storm? Of the Swarm. The Swarm. Oh my gosh. Let's ask that one. Are you sure you want to use your one question on that? It's like if I'm playing like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Is that your final answer? Do we lock it in, people? Do we lock it in? We've proposed a couple ones. Okay, here we go. I'm going to give 3 choices. Everyone, you got to spam it in chat. Number 1, do you want to know about what items you could take into the Graveyard Rumble? Number 2, do you want to know what the effect of the Wrath of the Swarm? Or number 3, do you want to know what's going to happen with Ashen Knight? Or, okay, we got 3. We got one vote for 3. We got 1 vote for Graveyard. We got another one for Graveyard. Another one for Graveyard. Another guys, I think. Oh, we got 2 Ashen Knights. 2 Ashen Knights, 4 Graveyards, 1 Wrath of the Swarm. Any more Wrath of the Swarm fans? Rifting agrees with Wrath of the Swarm. Ashen Knight, Graveyard. Cliff, can we lock in the Graveyard? Is that pushing it? Is that too much to ask? You got a hard veto power here. Hard veto power. Everyone wants to know more about the competition. See, everyone wants to prepare. See, right? That's what's happening right now, right? Everybody's given the same loadout. Confirmed. Everybody is given the same loadout. Share it. Share it around. Made an announcement in game. Wait. In the stream. Very, very cool. I love the idea. Obviously a very fair playing field across the board. It's going to come down. So, now the questions just arise, guys. Like, do we think that this type of Graveyard competition, is this going to be a marathon type of thing? Or is this going to be a, like, can you clearly navigate your way through the waves, through the mobs? What about Relic? So same loadout, right? We're saying about same loadout. So we're assuming here that if it's the same loadout, it'll probably be same both weapons and relics. I don't know if loadout, when people use the word loadout, does that mean inventory? Is your inventory your loadout? Probably, right? Exactly. We're asking about pots now. I got one question, guys. That's all. Let's see. What's chat saying? What about the pots? What about the pots? Good one, guys. Good one. Well, thank you, Cliff. Thank you for that one. That was a big one. That was a real big one. I don't think we could have asked a better question, guys. We used our question wisely. Executioner rip. No. You can grow plants if you want. Oh man, good stuff, guys. Good stuff. Whoa, we got Nightbot coming in here. I'll have to work on that a little bit, guys. Sorry about that. You think so? You think it was an assumption that everybody was going to get the same loadout? I don't know, guys. I don't know. It's hard. It's hard to tell. What did you eat for breakfast in the morning? That would have been a good question. I had French toast. I don't know about you guys. With turkey bacon. Watch out. Watch out. I'm trying to cut back on the pounds, guys. I'm trying to cut back on the pounds. All right, my guess is that when it comes to the challenge, to the graveyard challenge, my guess is that I don't think we're gonna have a marathon type of event. I don't think we're gonna be if you can survive for 4 or 5 hours clearing waves after waves after waves, that will be the winner. I'm assuming we're gonna get to a point where the amount of enemies that drop are just massive, and you will get locked down, and you will just get pummeled. I'm thinking that's what's gonna that's what's gonna play out, but we don't know. Bro, breakfast is like my favorite meal of the day, bro. Brunch, oh my gosh. Nice cup of coffee. That's the best. That's the best. But honestly now, man, I don't even know. Don't get me wrong. A part of me wants this patch to come out, this weekend. But like, I am so out of sleep today. I wonder what Cliff would be eating for lunch. Oh, man. Chicken noodle soup, baby. Chicken noodle soup. Oh, man. There's so many other questions we could have asked. I mean, obviously one of the big changes... We haven't even talked yet, guys, about the Shadowstone implications. Ah, damn. That probably should have been... That probably would have been the better question. We hadn't talked about it yet. The Shadowstones would have been a better question. Because now we get into a world, right? I mean, the burning question, I think, when it comes to the Shadowstones obviously being dropped in adventures. We know for a fact that there's going to be this new treasury. Obviously, as this treasury gets built up and the more players join the game, more people are going to be able to find these certain Shadowstones. We're leaning more towards a play-to-earn type of mentality here. We know that Shadowstones that you farm from adventures are not going to be withdrawable. Really? What's happening? The very first time I actually get Nightbot set up, and now I guess apparently it has been waiting all stream for me to talk about Shadowstones. Respect the word bans. Guys. Nightbot is just going nuts off you guys. Just owning all of you, one at a time. I was working with Nightbot earlier today while I was taking a break at the office, and I don't think I had even set it up. Oh, here we go. Nightbot's being taken to the woodshed. I don't know, guys. Cliff looks like he's in some pretty good shape, so I wouldn't bet against Cliff for sure. Hey, Non-Dairy coming in with the raid. We got 13. Yo. Non-Dairy tearing it up. Way to cover that Medium article earlier, brother. I think you hit a lot of key points. But now we got to get into the Shadowstones conversation, guys. We have to. No, wait. Oh, that's what you're talking about. Guys, you're spamming it so fast and I'm trying to survive here. You're killing me, guys. You're killing me. Okay, no word. Let's see. No Cliff and no Shadowstones. Okay. So the amount, can I say stones? Does that count? The amount of in-game currency that's dropping. That the developer of this game is dropping. Okay. For real though. Let me think. Okay. What could this mean? What could these in-game currency mean? Look, I like the idea. If stones are dropping, I think that counts. If stones are dropping in the adventures and you can't withdraw, I like the idea of you having to circulate these stones through the in-game emporium. It creates liquidity for blockchain items. Okay, it gives people familiarity with the in-game marketplace. I'm sure there's a lot of players that don't touch the emporium. So get them a little bit more familiarized with it. It also gives some players that like the idea of trading, you know, the flipping type of mentality, you know, personally not for me, but it gives them more abilities to make moves. You know, I do like that. It obviously, the more activity that happens within the in-game economy grows the treasury. Probably the biggest thing here, if you're spending those stones inside the workshop, I mean inside the shop, the shop on the website, 5% of those shadow stones are going to go back into the treasury. When we have a massive update and get huge amounts of players jumping in Halloween or in Christmas or in Easter, or actually all of it like compounding on itself, that treasury is going to continue to grow and grow and grow and grow. I think that there might be. I think that cycling stones through the in-game emporium before they're allowed to be withdrawn, I think it's good for the overall economy. I think it helps create liquidity. I think all of those are legitimate points. We don't have a confirmation on it. We definitely don't know. Why is that happening? Where is this? I gotta change. I'm new tonight, but guys, so give me a second. Give me a second while we see what we can do here. All right, we should be good. We should be good there. Okay, so there's another option here that presents itself when we talk about stones, right? So far, as this game's progressed, Cliff obviously has made the very important decision at this point in time of the game's development of using Engine as the in-game currency. Other games across the metaverse, some games have decided to use their own token, create their own token. You know, some have decided to use NFTs solely as the value. As the item that's going to create value or inherent value within a community. By using Engine, obviously there's already mass acceptance all over the world, different exchanges and everything. Nightbot is a bully. He's a big bully. Let me propose a different potential strategy here. I don't think it's the most likely. But in a world where Cliff obviously, Engine is its own token. Cliff is a developer within the ecosystem, but the token itself doesn't belong to I can't say Cliff, damn. The token itself does not belong to the developer, which means the items that inherently are going to accrue value are going to be these NFTs, these fungible tokens, these swords, these relics, these resources. In a world where those items are the things that create value, a different potential mechanism here that I could see would be, what happens if shadow stones that are earned in adventures only, right? Not shadow stones you put in, only the ones that are earned in the adventures, pretty much the ones that come from the treasury. If those shadow stones are never allowed to exit the system because they're coming from the treasury, right? Not coming from an individual player, they're coming from the treasury. If those are never allowed to leave the system, then we create a world where the economy of the game over the course of time compounds on itself. Engine is always accruing, always growing, always increasing as more activity happens. So the value of the network in that type of model, if these tokens are never allowed to leave the ecosystem, then the treasury is always growing. That means the amount of time people invest in the game is always increasing the value of the game as the game progresses into history, into the future. If that model occurs, then the best way to use your stones is not to withdraw them, because that would be limited. It would be to purchase NFTs, thus increasing the value of the NFTs and the fungible tokens that are directly related to the Lost Relics IP. Okay, it creates a world really where we have a ever growing economy, increase slowly or snowballing, but probably just slowly increasing the inherent value of all the items within the game as new fungible tokens or NFTs get minted. That value would obviously be spread out amongst everything within the Lost Relics metaverse, and would probably make it easier for it would probably make it easier for the funding from the developer standpoint of creating more and more NFTs and fungible tokens going into the future. Now, in that world, players would probably frown upon that immediately. Their first thought would be like, it's still going to be hard to quote unquote play to earn. But if the ability to withdraw NFTs to sell on external marketplaces, if that ability exists and continues to exist, then you still are able to earn specifically from the item that belongs directly to Lost Relics. That is part of Lost Relics, right? Since those are the items that were obviously minted by the developer. Do I think this is likely? Probably not. But I think there could be an argument for it, It's a way to bootstrap the economy. It's a way to know that every single player that comes into the future and contributes to that ever and growing pool. Obviously, the more and more players come, the more and more that would be spread out. But we'll have to see. Let's jump in real quick with the chat. I do like the fact that stones in the game couldn't leave the game, but can't someone just buy a blockchain item, resell it, and then cash out? I mean, that's probably the way it's going to work, Derry. I would assume. Well, maybe not assume. Maybe it might be a strong word. That would probably be the most logical or the most likely, but we still don't know. Imagine a play-to-earn game where you can't withdraw what you earn. Well, you could withdraw what you earn in the scenario I threw forward, but it wouldn't be in the form of a token. It would be in the form of an NFT. But that would probably also mean NFTs leaving the game, which probably wouldn't benefit the game. I'm throwing out ideas, guys. I'm throwing out ideas here. Let's see. In other words, barley grain to the moon. I think that's already happening, right? Naga Lives Matter. Cliff Lost Relics game is coming in and saying here, you get that already with systems like NBA Top Shots. Good point. You can't send your cards to a wallet, and there's no need to. If you want to convert value, you sell the item to someone else in the game, someone else in the ecosystem, and you extract the USD. So yeah, okay. Maybe, that's a very good point. And obviously, responding to Non-Dairy here, I'm reading the chat out loud for you guys. Yes, they can do that. But the point is that it flows back into the game market first, stimulating the economy. Okay, cool. So based on these answers, it probably sounds like the very first idea was probably going to be the one that's more likely. But yeah, the one, like, before a player is able to withdraw, they must first contribute back into the economy for all the other players. I think that's obviously going to help. I don't see a world where that does not help the overall economy. Let's see. It just dawned on me that people would have to repay a tax so that they wouldn't get the full value of the Shadow Stones if they immediately resell. So this makes sense, right? So like, if you want to cash, like, so you got the blockchain items out. You got the Shadow Stones from somebody else's contribution into the treasury. It's only fair that you contribute back into that treasury before you're allowed to withdraw, right? So it's this idea of like paying it forward. By me putting an item, by me spending and putting Shadow Stones into the treasury, you know, someone else that finds the Shadow Stone that I put in would also want to benefit the economy by putting a portion of what they're trying to withdraw back into the game, into the treasury too, right? So it's an idea of players paying it forward, players helping grow the economy. Obviously, as the economy grows, your blockchain items will likely grow in value, which means it's a win-win. Development is secured by being able to receive fees. Players will continue to grow based on, players will benefit by the ever-growing economy of the game and the ever-growing idea of the treasury. I do think it's a good adaptation, and also probably does not mean that it's the final adaptation of what this is going to be, right? This is the first implementation. It builds a system. It starts the system that can further be developed on going into the future. It's a bullish concept. That's good for community sharing. You're right. Jokes on the side. It's definitely a complicated subject. Yeah, I mean, it's complicated, right? Because, I mean, we go back to two different ideas here. It's the idea between what the system says on paper and how are players going to use that system. Like, right? How is it going to actually be implemented? And the implementation of it, I think, is just something that's going to play out over time, right? We're going to have to see what players decide to do. Maybe, if maybe players all decide to cash out immediately. Maybe players decide to invest back in the economy. Maybe players make a dedicated effort to only buy pendants with Shadow Stones, which further progresses the treasury going. Maybe, it could go 100. It could go 100 different ways. Okay, just remember that this is just for Shadow Stones that you find on adventures. Exactly. If you sell an item, you can withdraw the Shadow Stones immediately. It's not like a full trap or anything like that. It just means that for freely giving Shadow Stones, you must participate in the economy. Yep. So like if you're receiving a reward from the economy, you must then contribute back into the economy that benefited you. And obviously, if you find a blockchain item that's 200 Shadow Stones and you have to put back what's the fee? 4% of 200, so that would be 8 Shadow Stones you put back into the economy. You're still walking away with 192 Shadow Stones that you could potentially cash out. If everybody uses this system all at the same time, it's a way to help the economy of the game, help the treasury grow. And maybe, there could be scenarios where the treasury over the course of a period of time doesn't grow. It might reduce in size, right? The more players that are removing Shadow Stones means the economy reduces. Obviously there's going to be a benefit for keeping Shadow Stones in the system, which is going to be gasless transactions, the ability to use the in-game marketplace without having to pay fees. Again, benefits traders, benefits. It does also mean like a new player that comes on board. they get the shadow stones into the system, or maybe they just find an item and convert it into shadow stones. Anything else that they decide to do would not have it would cause a fee, which grows the economy, but they won't have to pay an extremely huge gas fee every single time they want to make a transaction. The video brings so much excitement to Lost Relics. Keep it up. Thank you so much, bro. Thanks for supporting. Honestly, let's be real though. Like, I could have been talking, I could have been talking your face off, but all that really mattered was what Cliff had to say. So major shout outs for Cliff for having the time to be able to come and jump on board with me there and share the information. Obviously always love the way that he jumps into chats and helps out different players. Okay, so let's see. Let's see. Aaron comes in saying you better not drop the update while you're sleeping. Cliff comes back. No worries. Apparently I'm delaying till next weekend anyway, as people are busy. Wait a minute. We're not that busy. I mean, we're not that busy, are we, guys? Are we really? Wait, did Cliff just... You demand, Cliff? People are saying in in-game chat. Did Cliff come in the in-game chat also? Haven't seen it yet. Oh, they're listening. They're listening. That's what it is. Loving the game. Touchy, loving the game. So glad he lowered the strength of monsters. Yeah, that's another big one, right? Like, if we get armor, then is difficulty going up? We had a taste of it already. Who's going to be busy? Nobody's going to be busy. What are you talking about? I've already had the conversation. With multiple people that if something drops this weekend, my schedule is completely changed. Difficulty through the roof. Deaths galore. Man, I just don't know, like... So, it's going to be nuts, guys. It's going to be nuts. We need more difficulty. Chaos Unleashed, baby. Better have Wrath Crown effects. So, like, that's the other thing, right? Like, in the article, we have a whole bunch of things that are hinted upon about more things getting effects and more things, more things can change. Don't be surprised if we have more blockchain swaps too. I want to, like, Cliff, do you think that there will be a world or a way? Obviously, in the beginning, things are going to be crazy, right? I'm sure you're going to be patching everything, and we're all going to be adapting to the new model. But is there going to be a world where we might be able to get an update, even if it's once a quarter or once a month, where we can get a little bit of an idea of what that treasury looks like? Really just so that we can have, so that players can know, more information on what their contributions. Obviously, keeping track of how the economy grows would be great. I think people playing might just be able to feel it. Obviously, when they see stuff drop, we're going to have major changes to XP gains, right? Like now apparently your XP that you're going to be gathering or gaining is going to be coming from the specific nodes that you farm and what items are dropped. The days of double XP, triple XP, quadruple XP from these relics are gone. From these tools are gone. Trying to get as much of that double XP right now that I can before this update goes live. So I did come in and I spent a lot of gold on securing some potions to get ready for this graveyard competition. Turns out that might not be the case, which I had assumed was always a risk. So it is what it is, but we're going to have to see. The graveyard competition is going to be nuts, baby. Equal playing field across the board. Level 1s, level 120s. Everybody on the same playing field. You guys keep talking about you know, adding a more quote unquote skill to the game. Personally, you're gonna be put to the test now. You're gonna be put to the test, every single one of you. Hey, we got some bits coming on in. We got a new cheer. Thank you so much, Old Skillful. Way to go. Hey guys, take a quick second. Help me out here. We're gonna be doing, yeah, there's the follow that we were about to ask for. MZR3, thank you so much. Guys, if you got a quick second, do me a favor. If you're on Twitch, jump on over to the YouTube, give it a sub. If you're on YouTube, you know, find me on Twitch. Help a brother out. Wanted to do a lot more content here. Obviously have no sleep today. Was not able to accomplish anything at work because I couldn't stop thinking about last night and what all of this means. But I think it's going to be huge. Let's see. Coming in again new with another one from Cliff. I think people undervalue the usefulness of potions and consumables. I just purchased a whole lot. To be honest, the reason why I purchased it, well, we'll get into that right now. You can't be going into adventures without taking consumables and expect to always come out alive. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. But honestly, guys, it's healthy for the game overall because right now, a lot of people that are upping their production skills, I mean, they're doing it with not getting any return. They're sinking in gold, which is good. But what happens in a world when they're now able to receive from their work and then be able to use that to do something else, level up a different skill, or maybe, you know, purchase some items, some armor, or maybe, you know, it's good. It keeps everything flowing. That's something that is truth. True. Invisible potions are your fave. Yeah, so that's the thing. That's what I did. I have a good amount of visibility potions. I was thinking about the idea of like if you really get swarmed in this graveyard, I'm gonna give out all the speculation, guys. Let's see what happens. Obviously, when you're regenning your look, I think the main cause of death in this new graveyard competition is gonna be players getting stuck with no energy and no way to clear them up. You don't have energy, you can't use a very powerful relic, or you can't use your powerful swing and just damage stockpiles, right? So like, if you're down to 0 energy, popping an invisibility potion, giving yourself 30 seconds to readjust, maybe reposition, maybe gain back that energy could be extremely useful. Obviously, some of these potions, and one of the reasons, like, I came in, you can go look at the market right now. I came in last night just speculating about the idea of like what you could do. You know, I obviously came in, I bought a lot of peach foil potion, I bought a lot of Draco juice. I accumulated these, you know, going into cooking. You know, I tried to buy some squid. I couldn't get my hands on any, and same on the carp. You know, but I paid attention to the price because I'm assuming those are going to start to flow in on the market. Whoever's high enough level to do that. Actually, if we go look really quick. Hey, M Pool, thank you for the follow, my friend. If we go look really quick, and we go look at we don't need that no more. If we go look at the leaderboards under alchemy, under cooking, you know, levels. Let's say anybody that's 30 and above. So there's 14 players that can cook some of these things. If we go to alchemy, you know, and we look here also, you know, let's see, Draco potion, peach foil potions, level 32, Draco potion level 35. So anything above 35. Only 10 people in the world right now can craft these, right? It's a very low amount of people. Now, obviously, people are going to get this up, and this is going to change. But I wanted to grab that in case I could use it. Maybe it sounds like right now, maybe I blew my gold because we're all going to have the same loadout. I'm not going to be able to use that at all. But I thought it was worth the risk. You know, worst case scenario, I spread gold around the economy. So we're going to have to see. You gain energy by running around the field avoiding combat. Yeah, I mean, you could circle. You could be running around in a big circle. What happens if we have environmental aspects that stop you from running? What happens if we have, you know, a significant? What if we get a new enemy? You know, I mean, you can run around. You're right. What happens if you get stuck by a web? I mean, I don't even know if that works right now. If you get stuck by a web and pop an invisibility potion, you probably still take damage, right? You got a vision that you hope to see. You hope to get a bunny pets. You thought Loki was the top alchemy? You know, Loki hasn't played in a while. He probably still is. I mean, I don't remember what level he was when he stopped, but I'm sure once he comes back into the game, he'll probably be appearing back on that leaderboard. I think Cliff had made a comment in a Telegram mentioning that, like, if you disappear, if you're gone for a little bit, you know, you obviously keep your level, but you're not on the leaderboard only shows like recent activity. So that might change. So yeah, you're right. Maybe we get a whole group of new players that come in that were higher level. That changes that. Imagine you could breed pets, trade eggs. It's going to be interesting for sure. Since Stryker is driving down the tracks 1,000 miles an hour, so hopefully that catches up later. Catching up later with players coming into the stream. Guys, I'm playing blind right now, guys. I'm not... We are playing blind, but no, it's all good. I think we're covering a lot. Stryker and Koro was asking. I missed it. Koro was asking about any talks of lending having been discussed. Not that I'm aware of. I mean, not that I've had conversations with Cliff about. You know, the last interview I had with him, and other than this podcast or this stream, is really the only pieces of information that I got. You know, that's another way, right? Obviously, if lending in the future ever gets implemented, I'm sure there's going to be a tax on that's going to fund the treasury. Again, another way. I mean, I'm assuming here, okay, look, if we're getting forging is going to allow players that are new to the game or that don't have legendaries, mythicals, transcendence to be able to progress to the harder dungeons. Obviously, you have to survive, right? There's going to be a risk, but it allows for more progression that maybe had occurred that wasn't there in the game before. So if more players are progressing without blockchain items, that probably is going to mean, I mean, it's going to be twofold, right? Because you die in one of those heavier adventures, you're going to really wish you had the blockchain item, right? Rather than have one of these like higher leveled virtual items. On the other hand, I would also assume that if you're building out player progression, that it's going to be of a gold-based structure rather than an engine-based structure, a Shadowstone-based structure. You know, the in-game economy versus the outside economy or whatever. The way I used to call it, we're going to have to come up with some type of new phrasing or methodology for it. In that world, I would assume that you can't do any renting until like there's been play testing on what player progression will look like. Because we know there's going to be new player progression. What that progression looks like, whether or not it's favorable, whether or not if it's a hindrance, would all affect renting. So I would assume it's just like layers of a cake, right? Build the bottom level, followed by the top. We go up and up and up. Probably sooner or later we will have renting. But we'll see. K-Tex, what's up? Sorry, guys. I know I must be missing a whole bunch of people's messages. My bad. I'm trying my best to keep up with you guys. Let's see. Legolas coming in. You can see that you got the Godslayer. What bow are you using? We are using the Void Ripper. Let me go ahead. What's the button? I think it's Shift. Hold on. Am I in this? Shift? Yeah. This way you can see the damage per hit and the DPS as well. You want to buy it from me? Sorry, my friend. With these updates, all items are off the market. I have no Might items at all available for sale. I can't. I already know what's going to happen. 1 or 2 major items are going to explode, and I might be kicking myself that I don't make a move. But I like to make the move when the waters are calm. That's why a month ago, you can go look at some of my videos from the past. You know, obviously the videos on demand that are older are all on YouTube. You can go see where I talked about investing in in Shadow Stones when they just started, or you know, a couple weeks after that when my girlfriend let me invest a little bit more for my birthday. so I mean, of course those were the down times, right? There's no activity. There's no, you know, you always want to be a step ahead of the gold rush. And honestly, it's not really that hard to predict a gold rush when we all know that Halloween coming, Christmas coming, Easter, the next Easter coming, you know, they're all planned, timed events. You know, you just got to pick and choose your battle, pick and choose your time. Obviously, one of the very first things I did when the Shadowstone market came up, I knew that it was going to be a buyer's market because everyone was going to dump into Shadowstones because no one had ever had that ability before. Resources tanked. I personally thought, you know, when I made those purchases, and you can go look at that old video, I really thought that resources were going to tank. New players were going to come up when the new update comes out, and resources would slowly increase in value. That apparently is completely wrong because now we're doing a complete blockchain item swap, which again, guys, like I like the importance of it. Obviously, there's a huge economic ramifications for it. But like the one thing that comes back to my mind is like, I've always wondered in the back of my mind, like what happens when a major change has to come? Like what happens if Ethereum 2.0 never works and gas fees skyrocket? Like that, I'm not saying that's going to happen, but what if that happens? Like the developer of any blockchain game would have to make dramatic changes to the game, and dramatic changes would have obviously affect the economy. I've always wondered when some major crucial item happens, what would happen to the game? How would Cliff handle it? How would the players handle it? How would we go through? I don't think that this is one of those major type of events, but I do think that this is significant enough to give us a taste about what kind of changes could be forced in the future, or you know, I mean, this is a dramatic update, right? I mean, these are huge changes and no one's questioning it. Yeah, you're right. Like Angel coming in on the chat, you know, bringing up the idea of switching to Polkadot, like that could be a major change. You know, this gives us a look at what the way that things could be implemented. You know, the one thing that keeps popping up in my mind, and obviously the past is never a guarantee of the future, but when Shadowstones came, when that patch came, I mean, when we went into the leveling system and we got rid of Adventure Stones, you know, people had spent hundreds and hundreds of dollars to get those Shadowstones. Cliff took that into consideration, adapted a model that made sure that players felt rewarded for sticking with the game and progressing forward with the game. And I think we're in that same type of scenario right now. You know, I mean, yes, people, obviously, I'm sure there's people that might have made moves before the patch, not knowing what was going to come. Maybe they sold something that's now extremely valuable. Maybe they spent a lot of gold in a place that they shouldn't have. You know, maybe, I mean, it could be anything, right? But that's part of the game. Like, this is something we're going to have to navigate. You know, every single blockchain game is going to have to navigate these types of changes. You know, even AAA games, guys. Even the idea of AAA games coming into the space. The problem is that the technology that all these game developers are relying on, it's changing too fast. No one can build a game today assuming it's going to be in a certain state tomorrow. What they can do, though, is they can attempt to take like the fundamental aspects of blockchain technology and understand that some of these aspects are going to be core to their game. And then understanding what that core is, adapt the game and grow the game around that core. That's really the only way I see any type of project be successful when it comes to a video game. I can't think of any other way. And granted, I'm not a developer, so I'm speaking from a position of ignorance. But, you know, the way I'm thinking of it is with my expertise, right? Which would be like, if a developer, someone was going to come to me and ask me, hey, Striker, can you put in X amount of dollars to fund the development of this game? You know, obviously I would want to know, you know, what's a potential roadmap? And one of the major red flashing warning signs would be if some type of developer would assume that they knew what was going to happen in the future. But who knows? Let's see. But the future, Striker, let's concentrate on what's going to be the effect of the Wrath of the Swarm. I have no clue, but my guess here, my guess is it's going to be something related to decay. Maybe the same way that I think it would make sense if the Wrath of the Swarm, it's surrounded by those pests, right? Those locusts. I'm guessing. I don't know if they're locusts or not. But like maybe the same way that a tornado spawned for the Easterly Windchaser is going to be the swarm that's going to be created by the Wrath of the Swarm. Non-dairy. Thank you so much. If you're taking off, brother. Whoa, why am I stuck? Have a good night, my friend. Amazing stream earlier. Continue the great content. I was listening to you on the road while we were heading. I was running an errand with my fiance, and she. What was funny was that I plugged you into the car right on Bluetooth, and like on the heads-up display. Since we were watching you on Twitch, obviously, like your avatar from Twitch like appeared on the heads-up display, and she got in the car and she looked at it and she's like, "What is that?" Because it's like the cartoon version of you, and she didn't know, like she just didn't. She's like, "What is on your screen?" And I was like, "Oh wait, let me introduce you. Let me introduce you to one of my boys." So we were listening to you on the car ride. It was good, man. It was good. But either way, have a good night, my friend. Have a good night. Jer obviously tearing it up today with his stream. Hey, we got some bits coming on in. Thank you, Derry. Thank you. Non-dairy, spreading the love. Again, guys, woo! You guys get me hyped. Okay, I've told different people this before, because they've asked me about like, what are you planning on doing? Like, are you going to be selling? Are you going to be buying? Are you going to be doing all these things? I've just gotten to the point, guys, and you all know, like you all know me. I just gotten to the point where, honestly, like individual item prices, I've already gotten some questions in the chat. Like, what do you think about this item? Will it go up? Will it go down? To me right now, the main thing I'm just focused on is like, what is the health of the economy? What is the health of the economy? What does that look like? What does that mean? That's what I'm trying to pay attention to. Those are the things I'm trying to look into. And it's the area where I think I can provide the most value, right? Don't get me wrong. Look, there's going to be plenty of streamers. There's going to be plenty of players in Lost Relics that are going to figure something out on this new update that's going to be extremely valuable. Maybe they find the location of the warden, of where to use the warden key, and they don't tell anybody, right? Like, that's going to happen. Events like that are going to happen throughout the game and going into the future. All I know is that when I'm streaming, I don't want to hold anything back. I try to share all the information that I can. You guys know that I'm wrong more times than I'm right, but the point isn't to be wrong or right. The point is to have the conversation. If I give you some piece of advice or something that triggers your thought process of a different part of the game and you figure something out, by all means, that's what we're here, man. That's what we're here. You've been so Jer has been in the warden's room for the past month and he keeps trying to beat it. So you know what that reminds me of when you say something like that? I'm sure I don't know if you've read Ready Player Run, but that reminds me of for those of you that have read the book, that reminds me of the very first key, the Emerald Key. Artemis has been in the caverns trying to defeat the boss for like a month. And then all of a sudden, Parzival walks in and beats it on their first try. So just make sure I don't find where that warden key is, bro. Because if I do, I ain't stopping. Nah, man, it's all good. It's all good. Just like playing with you guys. Breezy, jumping on in. It's been a while, my friend. Haven't got a chance to jump in your streams. I need to do that. Count me there on the next one for sure. Hey, Cliff responding. He's responding to Jer. Can confirm that Rifting has been trying like crazy to beat him and got close multiple times. No dice. See, Cliff's good at trolling people. Cliff's good at trolling, and I don't know if they're playing along here or if they're real. If it's real, but if it's real. Of course, that Charizard would be one of the very first players to find it. Hey, Cody Gaines jumping on in with the new follow. Cody Gaines with Gainables. Tearing it up. Saw that you guys, you've been having a lot of more community events. I think that's super cool, man. Super cool that getting people to be able to just interact, have a good time, building community. Major love. Keep up all the hard work. And obviously with everything that's happening in crypto right now, I'm sure you got one eye on the social aspect and one eye on the crypto markets. Loving the relics update in the Medium article. Gotta love it. Always. Oh man, good stuff, guys. Good stuff. You know, guys, let me see. Have I been dropping frames, man? I really hope I haven't been. Yeah, it looks like that account's going down. So, it was my internet in the beginning. Look, I think we're making it through in an okay stream here. So I think we'll be okay. Like I was saying earlier, a little bit of construction, but one way or another, I was literally about to hit the stream button. And then my internet died, and I was just like, "No, not the night of the article's release." What do you think about the mushroom selling at 100 ends, right? So like, good or bad investment? Oof. So hard. Like, I don't know if they're good or bad investments, but I think, I don't know. You tell me this. Question for the chat. 1 for yes, or 2 for no, or you can just spam yes or no. You don't really need to put a number. If we know that these items are turning into relics, does that mean, like, do you automatically assume that a legendary relic will be in the same price range of all other legendary relics? Is that the way that you look at it? Or do you think that the value of these relics completely depend on what that individual relic does? Because, right, I mean, we have both. Like, we have a world where Harvester in the legendary tier can be, like, super, super high because of the utility it provides. But maybe something like, the Blue Gram, you know, provides a completely different type of utility and is a lot less in value, right? So it's a good question. If you're making a guess, you know, the way I like to look at these things, and I'm not buying right now. Obviously, I've already made my purchases ahead of time and all that stuff, all that good stuff. But the way I try to look at it, at least in this early game, the early developments of Lost Relic, is I try to like look at it based on tiers, the tier system. You know, I try to put all relics that are in one tier class within a range, and then within that range, then I, plus for utility or minus for non-utility, or up and down, up and down, up and down. Ah, good one, good one. Pool was right. Better example. The Scorn versus the Mist of Deception. Very good one. Or, if we jump up a tier, the Arca Ring versus the Devouring Void. Completely, both items extremely rare. Both items completely different utility. One more useful in the current meta than the other. Hence, price difference, right? But the one thing that I will tell you, and I've been telling players this for months. Since the Halloween, Thanksgiving, I've been telling people, everybody's only evaluating these items based on the current meta. I think this same types of logics apply to like games like Axie or Splinterlands. Like, I don't know the Axie market as well as I know the Lost Relics market, but there's a current meta. And the Axies or the items, the blockchain items that are in the current meta are going to be more valuable. Does that mean that the other items are not valuable? It doesn't. Actually, I think a safe investment is to assume that any game as it increases, all utilities will all change. And if everything is available for change, then it's a different way to place a value on the item, right? I'm sure right now that these blockchain items are not counting, not pricing and renting. I bet you there's 5 players that are buying items with the idea of future renting. But it is what it is. Heck, jumping on in. How you doing, my friend? So glad to have you in here, brother. It's always good to have a Lost Relics connoisseur in the chat. Oh yes, and the idea, like when I was talking about the relics, like I kept talking about like the current meta, right? Arca Ring, Harvester, Pumpkin, all of those were great current meta items, and they still probably will continue to be. But what happens when we get gameplay changes like never-ending dungeons? What happens to the value of stuff that has been thrown aside? The stuff that is like the War Pledge, or anything that is percent driven, anything that never runs out, like Legion's Fall, anything that provides just utility that does not have a use number, right? The Bottle of Enchanted Powers. Some of these other items are limited with the amount of times you can use it. The longer you're in a dungeon, the longer you're in a run. Obviously, we're all going to have the same loadouts for the graveyard competition. But still, these things are, what happens when Arena comes out? Or co-op, or PvP, or whatever. I think it's cool. So just never assume, I guess. Never assume that anybody knows the real price of these items. I don't. I have an idea of what I think they're worth, but I know I'm wrong. But my point isn't to guess the number. My point is just to guess the trend. Where's everything going? The meta, the Lost Stampeder. Exactly. The Incubator, another good one. Has a value right now. What happens when multiplayer comes out and you can use it with co-op, teammates? Of course, maybe all of this idea evaluation all comes down to like the idea, are you here for the short term or are you here for the long term? My guess, 80-90% of players are here that are making purchases or purchasing short-term with short-term mentalities, which is fine. Nothing wrong with that. That might be the most beneficial way. That's just not my nature. When you buy an item, we're all in different situations, right? If you buy an item that skyrockets it the next day, you have the ability, oh, rag, give me that Galaxy Stone. I gotta love it. You have the ability to pay off a credit card, or maybe, purchase that gift you've always wanted, or whatever. Like, at some point in time, you have to cash in your blockchain chips for lifestyle chips. The question is when. Heck is in for the long term. I'm in for the long term. And I don't know. Like, look, and the other thing, guys, that we're talking about, this is separate, really. This is separate from the player's mentality. This is different from like what players will do or not do. But like, I think something that's extremely valuable that no one else is going to talk about. Cliff's ability to receive funds with credit card, Binance, and Crypto.com. Those three functions by itself. And remember, with Crypto.com and Binance, it does sound like you're going to be able to pay. It does sound like you're going to be able to pay with various cryptocurrencies, okay? For the health of the company as a whole, okay? Forget about gameplay. Forget about in-game economy. Forget about the game. The health of the company, Codebit Labs, in general. Without Codebit Labs, without Cliff, this project goes in a completely different direction. The ability for, as a business, for the company to be able to receive different types of cryptocurrencies with the, mentality of either spending it or hodling it or whatever, means that the future, if I'm right, if I believe, and maybe you all do or don't, or maybe you disagree, if you all think that crypto's crashing tomorrow and all of this is not, you're only here for the game and you don't, cryptocurrency doesn't matter, that's one mentality. I personally believe that I personally believe we're in a bull market that's going to continue to go up. I agree with Kathy Wood. I agree with Raul Paul. I agree with Mike Novogratz, some of these major crypto investors all across the world that all think that the cryptocurrency adoption is growing at a rate of almost 2 times the speed of the internet. As fast as people were onboarded on the internet, we're going at a rate as 2 times as fast as that for people onboarding into crypto, which I believe means crypto is going to be going up in appreciation. If a company is providing a service and accumulating cryptocurrency over the course of months, years, and those cryptocurrencies go up in value, the security of that business, the likelihood that that business will continue to move forward into the future, the less likelihood for bankruptcy, the less likelihood for cash flow situations, the less likely. I know I'm talking like an accountant here, but a lot of those situations are significantly put to rest. Maybe not put to rest, are significantly reduced. A lot of those risks are significantly reduced. If Cliff were ever to decide in the future that, look, I mean, you can go look at it anywhere, guys. Go look at Cointelegraph, or go look at CoinDesk, or go look at Yahoo Finance, or go look at any of them. The amount of money right now that's flowing into crypto, and not only into crypto, but into play to earn. We had Bitcoin, followed by Ethereum, followed by DeFi, well, really altcoins, followed by DeFi, and then NFTs. And now we're getting a sixth sector. A sixth sector within crypto, which is going to be play to earn, led by Axie Infinity. It has proved the model. I don't know whether Axie Infinity is going to survive going into the future. I don't see a world in which they don't, unless something dramatic happens. But no one can predict the future. So if Axie Infinity has proved it, if games like Splinterlands, Gods Unchained, Lost Relics, Forest Night, if applications like Zedrun, Allevium, if these games are all getting massive funding, and all of them get an opportunity to come out, they're not all going to survive. But as long as 3 or 4 or 5 of them survive and prosper, then this sector is something that investors are going to have to say, like, look, they're going to say, I'm not a gamer. They're going to say, I'm a 50, 60-year-old boomer that wants to invest in crypto. I want a little bit of Bitcoin. I want a little bit of Ethereum. I want a little bit of DeFi. I want a little bit of play to earn. And if that becomes true, over the course of 3-5 years, then we're in a completely different type of valuation system than what everyone is assuming right now. I mean, on top of that, if we just onboard players, not onboard players, onboard people into crypto at 2 times the rate of the internet, then by the time that we get to 2025, we will have 1 billion users within crypto. 1/6 or 1/7 of the world's population using crypto in the course of 3.5 years. 3.5 years. That's ridiculous. Now, maybe Ethereum 2.0 breaks, or maybe someone figures out how to hack into the Bitcoin miners, or maybe some huge existential crisis happens that changes everything. Maybe. And if it does, then, it is what it is. A black swan it is what it is. There's no way to predict them. We're already operating in a world where smart contracts are being built and could fail at any time. This is all brand new technology. That risk is inherent. But the trend is going up. And as long as the trend is growing up, I'm going to ride the wave. It is what it is. Okay, so jump back in the chat. Sorry, guys. I went on a little tangent there. Hey! Wait, did I see something blue? Whoa. Hey, we got it. Firelight in the house. There's the blockchain item. Gotta love it. Grind away, baby. Grinding away. Whoever said you don't hit blockchain items on stream? Hey, and now we got the follow to celebrate the blockchain item. K-Toy. Cax Toy. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the strike team, baby. If Axie's proven, it may not be sustainable for the long run. That would have to be a big negative effect for all other play to earn games. Yeah, you're right. Like if Axie doesn't succeed, all play to earn games will feel the pain, right? I mean, yeah, there's competition, and I'm sure money will flow around to other games. If Axie fails, someone else will try to take its spot. It'll happen. But the idea of Axie failing will hurt everybody. The other thing is that, like, I really do think it's beneficial. I mean, guys, if you're really investing into play to earn, like, you need to know how games get made. Like, you really, really, really need to know. Like, this idea of the game's not finished, or like people. I don't know. I'm not a developer. I don't know what a typical production cycle looks like. But what do? I go and I go read articles about how Jonathan Blow created Braid, or how other independent gamer developers created their project. The success behind Celeste, the success behind Axie. All these different, like, how do people accomplish these major goals? How does the industry actually work? You're going to need to know. Or else how do you know how any of this is valued? Or how do you know if you're taking the right risk or not, I should say? Oh, Cliff said he's surprised that people don't valuable, drinkable, consumable items. I say sell them at the tavern. Ooh, that's a good one. Sell them at the tavern. Good one. Bullish on Lost Relics. Gotta love it. I'm in till I can find out what the bathwater does. I think Insta thinks that the majority of it is long term. Rifting's in for the long term. Let's see. Link 5 jumping on in saying, I know you say sometimes you expect blockchain items in general to go up in value as the game grows. But if the blockchain item keeps being minted, doesn't that increase the supply and thus act as a force? Yes, it does. Link, you're right. Sorry, I missed that a little bit in the chat. You're right. But my question to you is, what's happening? What has a greater effect on the valuation? If supply is increasing at a rate of 2, But demand is increasing at a rate of 3. Demand outweighs supply, so price still goes up, is my point. So we can live in a world where, yes, supply goes up and prices go up. We could also live in a world where both happen in the opposite direction at the same time, right? And we do and we did, right? Like, the other thing I would throw back at you guys, and I would really take some time to like significantly think about it. Like, let's throw away the idea of play to earn. Let's throw away the idea of like crypto-based tokens. Let's just talk about value. Like, what does value mean? Okay? I think players need to start to think about what their time means to them. And you need to also consider that in an economy like Lost Relics, your valuation of time, for you, for example, you can come in knowing ahead of time that you're going to spend 100 hours playing Lost Relics and not finding an epic weapon. Let's just assume you knew that ahead of time. You knew that you're going to spend 100 hours before you find an epic weapon. If you knew that ahead of time, would you still choose to to play the game until you found the epic weapon? Or would you invest? The bottom tier for epic weapons right now is around 700 Shadow Stones, 7 engine, times $1.65. Would you, instead of you playing 100 hours to get that epic, would you pay $12 plus gas fees to get that weapon? Okay? Look, there is a mentality, and there will always be the mentality of gamers wanting to play for free. I think when we went into the microtransaction era of video gaming, when we went into that era, players started. There are obviously a lot of games that started coming out with these pay-to-win models, and that left a lot of sour taste. It left a big sour taste in gamers' minds. But I think right now a lot of players, might be in a state of shell shock, or maybe not shell shock, but what's the right word I'm looking for? I think that era of gaming affected so many gamers so much that a lot of them have just said, I'm never going to put any dollars into any game. That's fine. You don't have to if you don't want to. But that's because you're only assuming that the money you put in is what's valuable. You're not considering the value of your time. Okay? Something to think about. The scary thing is what happens when you think about the idea of how long it takes to find a legendary item. How many hours it takes to find a legendary item, whether it be a weapon or a relic, for anyone, not just one player, but the whole player base. Let's say the last time, I'm making this up. Let's say the last time that a player found a legendary was 3 days ago, and let's say that 300 players played a day, which is not the case. We have 300 players logging in at any one time. There's obviously more than 300. But let's just say 300 players, 3 days. Okay. And let's assume that every player does 4 runs. 4 runs. 300 players at 4 runs, 1,200 runs a day. Times 3 days, 3,600 runs. Okay? Let's say each run takes 10 minutes. That's 36,000 minutes. 36,000 minutes before someone found a legendary. In my make-believe example. 36,000 minutes. Divide that by 60 minutes. That's 600 hours. 600 hours. Let's say that the minimum wage in the Philippines is $2 an hour. I don't know. I'm making this up. That would be a valuation, if you're valuing it based on time, of $1,200 for a legendary item. using my make-believe example, assuming that everybody valued their time at minimum wage. Of course, that's not the way it's going to play out. But you can see the more and more players get added, the more and more hours get sunk into the game, the more and more hours are needed in order to get these items, which makes them, in my opinion, more and more valuable. But what do I know? I'm just a crazy guy. Oh man, I need to double check on this chat. Heck coming in with the boomer. Naga Lives Matter. Thinks that Axie's going to be BitConnect 2.0. I don't know. I would take that bet. I don't see a world where Axie does not succeed. I mean, and don't get me wrong. Maybe in the short run, while the next update comes out, there could be a big drop in the market. That might look like a buying opportunity, but who knows? The zombie apocalypse, Cliff coming on board. I think he's talking about when I was talking about big black swan events. Onboarding players who are ignorant will ruin the space because they want to be treated like fiat when it's spirit. When spirit is the opposite of fiat. I mean, I get what you're saying. Maybe, I mean, I'm not saying that you're wrong, but I'm just saying that maybe it's a double-edged sword. Maybe it works both ways. Oh, and now we get all the congratulations. This is how far behind I am, guys. I'm far behind on the chat this far. Getting all the congratulations on finding the firelight. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Hey, thank you. Thank you. Let's see. Oh man, Cliff's been in here this whole time. I've been just fucking rambling. I've seen you've read chapter 8. Gotta love it. And you're not considering what the blockchain can do to extract value again. You're right. What when you use the word, I mean, what do you mean by the word extract? This is so far behind, man. Let's see. Dr. Big Ols jumping on in. How's it going? The Medium post by Cliff is spectacular. I agree. I mean, not gonna lie, man, like writing skills are not to be undervalued, especially in crypto right now. We have a hard enough time being able to explain ourselves with words, you know, while talking, let alone being able to put it down in an article for people to read and interpret however they want. So major props, Cliff, major props. Different style of play to earn games, but Josh Hayes, Strife Hayes has a good video on the free-to-play model. Naga, can you send me a DM, brother? Send me a DM on Telegram or on. Oh, I think I turned Nightbot off, so you're not going to be able to find it. Let me just pop it up and I'll put it in chat real quick. I mean, it's just Striker. Look, I'll just type it here. Oh, you know what? I can put it here. Y'all can copy it. I need to fix my Nightbot, guys, so you can see it here. Here's my Discord. There's the Discord. Go ahead, hit me up. Do me a favor, man. If you can send me that video, I'd love to watch it. Just send me a DM with that link if you have a chance. Let me see. But you said Josh Strife Hayes. I can Google it. I can probably. Whoopsie. People are worried about the gaming sector. About this gaming sector will fail. I mean, look. The other thing when we talk about. Oh, I gotta. My bad. Real quick, guys. I had to respond to that message. Oh, you think he was referring to the potential value of blockchain? Yeah, you're right. The item itself. Okay, here we go. Cliff coming back. That I was asking about the idea, what does the word extract mean to him? He was referring to when you're talking about gamers not wanting to spend money because they were burnt by microtransactions. Most of that was a sunk cost. that they couldn't extract. Oh, you're right. Yes, completely right. And they are bringing that mentality into blockchain, and they say that it's pay to win, or that they don't want to spend any money or anything, and then they want to spend, but they want to like give up their time when you could do both. Because yeah, you're right. Like that's an inherent feature that is available with blockchain technology. You know, there's no. I mean, is it easier for a person? Is it easier to convince a player to make a contribution into the economy when they know, even if they can't get 100% back? Like, forget about the idea about actually making value. Even if they know that, hey, I could always sell it for half price, get half my money back out. Even if that's the case, like that by itself is a huge selling point. So yes, you're completely right. Completely right. So it's a hard one. It's a real hard one. I mean, I think right now, all the players that have been around for a long time, if you've been playing maybe since the Easter event, no, probably even if you were here during the Chaos update, I think the one question we all need to ask ourselves is, we all are more than likely going to be finding Shadowstones on these adventures. I think we all need to like have a plan on what you think you're going to, what do you want to do with it? What's your goal? You know, put that logic into, take that time to put that logic in, because if you do, you know, you won't be caught by any surprises that happen. You know, Cliff likes to hide stuff in the games. There might be some key feature that's not in the article that could change valuations. But if you already know, like, hey, here's what my plan is, when that big moment comes, if it comes, you'll be a lot more confident that you make the right decision. And even if you get burned, even if you make the wrong decision, at least you can say like, hey, this was my reasoning behind it, a well-educated idea. Bounce your idea off of a friend, you know, throw that idea out there. Have the conversation out loud. And the other thing I would do, you know, they say when you're trying to teach, they say a final level in education, like the different hierarchy of education, the different levels. When you reach the pinnacle is when you can when you start to teach others what you've learned. That's when you've known you've mastered a topic in terms of education. Like if you come in starting as the student and you want to leave as being the teacher. And the reason why is because the ability to communicate, the ability to communicate importance, your ideas and your mindset is that final step, in creating a cohesive argument on whether or not you believe you're right or wrong. So if you think that Lost Relics is going to explode and you have a friend that doesn't, you know, that maybe is flirting with the idea of playing, take the time to actually be the one to teach them what to do, how to do it, why to do it. Because in the process of doing that, I mean, yeah, obviously you're going to help the economy by getting more people involved. But in the process of doing that, you're going to redefine the ideas of importance to you, of why these items are important, why something's worth what it's worth, why it's worth the time, what we're all doing here. You know what I mean? So, Soul is jumping on in. I am insanely excited for the Graveyard Bash, hoping it will stay around after October 15th, even if it doesn't have a reward. It would be fun to compete on the leaderboards just for practice and for bragging rights, I'll add. For bragging rights. I think the new season will start on the 15th. Oops. Whoa. Hold on here. Can't let that happen. I think he said in the article that it was going to end on the 15th, which means it's probably going to start like right now. Right, Cliff? Hint, hint, wink, wink. Let's see, Cliff jumping in. It will remain afterwards. Competition prizes are just for an introduction. At the very least, the leaderboard will stick around and reset regularly, allowing you to form your own competitions. All right. I love that idea. I figured that the Graveyard Bash would have to be a universal loadout. Cliff's brain is just too big. Oh no, I'm not dying right now before the eve of a big patch. Jumping on in with a question, what would I recommend for roughly 150 engine? For 150 engine, you're probably looking at the relic tier. I think for 150 engine, you'll be able to get a bow maybe. 170 engine, you'll probably get a legendary bow. You would probably be able to get I'm not telling you what you should buy, I'm just telling you based on what prices are right now. With that, you'd probably be able to get a legendary melee. Well, I don't know, man. A lot of these legendary items are getting effects. I don't even know if those items are listed anymore. You know, you might be looking at the epic tier. So you might want to go, you know, that might guide you a little bit. Go look at the epic tier if you're wanting to buy, you know, a loadout. If you're just wanting to buy one item, then you can look at the legendary tier. Hey, Old Skillful jumping in with the bits. Thank you so much, my friend. Hold on. Battle Royale mode. We have the Hunger Games, but inside Lost Relics, where the enemies and the environmental traps are the obstacles to overcome. Players can pay to send their players in the arena, their favorite players in the arena items. I don't know. I'm just making stuff up. I watched the Hunger Games the other day, guys. That's why. Anyone, Breezy's jumping on in saying, anyone know what happened to the weapon that was given with the daily rewards? The weapon that was given with daily rewards? Weapon that was given with the daily rewards. I'm not recalling that. Yeah, baby. The Hunger Games, but for Lost Relics. Co-op and PvP arena is going to look something like that, Soul thinks. Let's see. Oh, Cliff jumped in with answer to Breezy's question. Breezy asked the question about those weapons with the daily rewards. They were volatile and temporary items. Yeah, and that was brought up when they were given out. They were dropping for months. Sorry you missed it. Better luck next time. Better luck next time. Oh, the transcendent axe. Yeah, the executioner. I still have some of those. Oh, wait a minute. They're gone. Oh, boo-hoo. Should have used them. Oh, non-dairy had a tantrum. Like that's another thing, right, guys? That's another one of the like gamer mentality things that like we inherently as gamers like hoard items. Like I know like when I was playing as a youngster, I was the kind of person that like I found like a super rare potion or like one use item at the beginning of the game, and I like would always tell myself I'm gonna keep it in the stash until I get to a point in the game when I want it, when I need it, like that like desperate situation. Then I end up beating the game and I never used it. You want RuneScape party hat, says Old Skillful. So in order to buy Shadow Stones, you need to have Genge in your wallet. JumpNet Engine. So first you get Engine into your wallet, then you convert the engine into Genge, J Engine. You can do that by clicking the top the three dots on the top of the app. You can also go to the Lost Relics Discord page, and if you don't know how, if you're not in the Discord, just go to the main menu, chat in Discord, click this button right here, and then under frequently asked questions, you should be able to find that answer. It'll give you a nice little walkthrough. Gabber's jumping in with the mystery nests. It doesn't work for you when you're converting to Genge? Interesting. Not sure what you're doing wrong. I would still say go look at that frequently asked questions, compare it to what you've done, and maybe there's a step in there that needs fixing. Oh, you're buying nests? I mean, I think I saw the price of nests drop pretty hard, right? What were they going for? 4,000 something? 4,800? When is the Stormblade getting an effect? Is the Stormblade on the list? Gabber! Doing good, brother. Doing good. Glad you were able to jump on in. Disconnected and reconnect the wallet on the website. Ooh, that might help. If you can't solve it, Cliff just posted in game the website, the support feature on the website. Cliff, here's a question for you. How many support tickets, like, let's say if you had to guess, how many support tickets you think you get a week? Well, I mean, there's no way to know, right? Because I'm sure it changes all the time based on players joining or leaving or events or whatnot. Wait, did I just hear something? Oh, it's the music. I was like, did I just hear a legendary guitar ripped? That was the music. Let's see, Soul jumping in. I know housing is much later down the road, but have you considered doing limited housing for finding grant deeds? As very adopts in order to acquire a house. Ooh. So you think the idea about getting a house is going to be... You think the idea of getting a house is going to be droppable? Like, it's going to be a droppable deed. Like, that's how you earn the house? I was always under the assumption that housing was going to be a production skill of its own in the future that relies heavily on wood cutting. But that was just an assumption. Yeah, disconnect the JumpNet wallet and reconnect. That should help. That should help. Gabbard confirms that he tried to do that today. I gotcha. Crossed over 2,000 conversations. 2,000 support conversations. Shoo! I don't know what I would do if I had 2,000 emails from clients right now in my inbox. I'm the like keep the inbox clear kind of guy. So, hats off to you, good sir. Again with the RuneScape references. Okay, the construction skill. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Maybe it's just my RuneScape past creeping on in. Hey, Cliff, what do you think about the idea that this update's probably going to be coming out around the same time that Diablo 2 Anniversary is going to be releasing? There's so many times that like when I put like hashtags or whatever in videos, I put Diablo as a reference, right? Because obviously inspired by Diablo. So I don't know. I think we might be finding a lot more people accidentally stumbling upon RuneScape. Can you like... Hold on, guys. What's Diablo? That's a good one. I love it. I love it. Cliff, from your early childhood, from your early gaming days, what was the game that you grinded a lot? Or what was the game that you sunk in a lot of hours when you were little? I sunk in hours in like, I think one of my favorite games, I was a little older, I guess, in the Super NES was Super Mario RPG. Oof, I love that game. Oh, Diablo, the guy that won the raffle? Yep. You're right, Diablo won the raffle. That was a huge win. Doom and Duke Nukem. Ooh, Command and Conquer. I never got to play Command and Conquer. That's when I always wanted to give it a shot. Taxing the Mario mushrooms. For the record, on the taxing issue, the tax wasn't technically on the virtual gold of World of Warcraft, of virtual items, but the argument that was made in court was that, like, hey, if I made money from selling gold, a virtual video game item, that's not made from a production of a skill or labor, even though you could easily say labor for the amount of hours you put in. So in order to get around it, they had to say that they had to make the definition of virtual currency. And so you're not taxed on the currency, you're taxed on cashing out that currency. But it's the same thing. You're getting taxed from virtual video game items. Logic Troll jumping on in saying, are there any of the in-game items going to be NFTs? Yeah, I mean, in the Medium article details, there's going to be few. Wait. Well, I guess they're not going to be converted into NFTs. Wait, are any virtuals that I remember reading going to turn into blockchain? No, I think it's the other way around right now. I think there's blockchain that are going to be turned into virtuals, and then some are being swapped. Imagine if you had to record every time you received wild gold and every time you spent wild gold, and then had to pay a tax in dollars to value the difference. Oh man. I would have one client, and it would be the largest gold farmer, and that would be it. Okay, here's another question for Cliff. Could alchemy ever get life XP potions or combat XP potions? Oh, I get it. Like double XP. Like activate the potion for 30 minutes of increased mining XP, something like that. Actually, the main question when it comes to XP, and this from a personal standpoint. This whole time we've been like trying to figure out like XP gains based on like gathering skills and these tools, right? Which I'm sure led to some of the run up on the prices for the obviously like blockchain being a portion of it. But the value for providing double XP was also a portion of it. So what's going to happen now when like XP sounds like it's RNG? All XP is now going to be RNG because whatever item you get from the node determines the XP you gain. But then again, with the forging skill, now theoretically newer players will be able to go to dungeons that they couldn't go to before by getting a forged weapon or armor, which means they'll get access to nodes that they previously didn't, which will probably be of higher rarity. So that's going to be a really interesting one to watch. I'm going to watch that one real closely. 15 XP for 20 minutes. That would make alchemy profitable. I mean, an increased difficulty in the game would make alchemy profitable, right? Also, are you sure? See, alchemy being profitable depends on why a player is selling the potion. If a player is selling the potion to get more gold to create more potions to level up, like if their goal is XP, then the value of the item's always going to be less than the component parts. If the value is to make a profit, then I mean, if it's golden, if the reason why you're creating potions is to make more gold, then the price of the item will be worth more than the component parts. If your goal is to make XP, then the price of the gold will be less than the component parts. Damn, Soul got 4 troves in a single day farming. Talk about gold farming, baby. So Cliff coming in, the only thing with consistent XP boosts like that is that nobody will want to gather anything without it. Yeah, so like you're disincentivized to do any gathering. You're just going to wait to gather everything until you get one of those potions. So in other words, like you're not going to go out and farm something until you get one of those potions. So it forces a lot of people to not grind out those resources, which means there's less resources on the market for less people to use for production. The garage stress ball. Cliff, let me put together a project to start working for, to start helping you with Lost Relics merch. We all want it, baby. We all want it. Oh man, let's see. Ooh. I loved the art, by the way. Loved the background during the interview. Loved the key art that went on the top of the Medium post. Excited that we're going to see more art coming into the future. The Ring of Rejuvenation. Hold on, guys. LR merch to the moon. What would you guys like? Like, obviously shirts, plushies. Ooh, I want a coffee mug for sure. Coffee mug. Maybe some collectibles, like, you know, some type of like merch item that is like being created with the idea of like it being a collectible in its nature. T-shirt and a stress ball. T-shirt and a stress ball. Gotta love it. All right, Cliff. Cliff is taking off, guys. Everybody say goodbye to Cliff. It's been amazing for him joining us today. He answered a significant amount of questions than he wanted to. Or maybe not that he wanted to. Then I was expecting him to. Goodbye, Cliff. Sleep well. And release the update. Valicy's jumping on in to the chat. How you doing, Valacy? How's that technical analysis been treating you? Ooh, physical, a physical item tied to an NFT? Ooh. You're getting me excited here, man. VGBB is getting me excited. Oh man, guys. Woo! What a stream, what a stream, what a stream. We're about to hit the 3-hour mark. Have I used any health potions today? I have not. No health potions today. Mostly I use health potions when I'm running, when I fall asleep and make a stupid mistake. When there's a lot of lava rooms. And whenever I'm running epic dungeons and my chalice doesn't trigger. You're waiting for the god trade, yeah. Man, dude, I literally picked up polka dot like at the bottom, bro. I hit it at like $10.60. Oof. Gotta love it. Completely missed on Solana though. That's gonna be an interesting one to see how it all plays out. Raven coin. Any advice about the lava rooms? Take a fireproof potion. You can leave. Excuse me. If you take a fireproof potion, you can clear the whole dungeon and then go back to the lava room, activate it, and then like if there's 2 lava rooms, use the same potion to clear 2. AVAX to the moon. To the moon, baby. Where are we at with crypto? I need to check that out right now. I was about to pull the trigger, guys. I was about to pull the trigger on EFI, but I waited and I missed the big jump. So I'm gonna wait for another opportunity. You picked that one? Good one. Good hit, man. Good hit. The Fountain of Youth. That's true. Fountain of Youth. I like that Cliff brought those Fountains of Youth back. I loved it. In the very first iteration, one of the first iterations of the game, you would be in a dungeon and you would go, when you got to it wouldn't be an exit. You'd go down a level. So you'd be on the first floor, then you go into the basement, then the second floor. You keep going down and down and down. Difficulty would, progress. And when you'd be running low and you couldn't get to, you wouldn't know where the exit was. You ran out of like potions or you ran out of whatever. I'd be like dying for a Fountain of Youth, and it always felt so good when you found it. So good. Guys, don't tell my fiance this, because she's probably watching right now in the stream, but I don't think she'll chat. She won't say something. But hopefully she's not. Or maybe, I don't know, if she is, hi babe. But there is a homemade pizza in the kitchen that is calling my name. But I'm on like this, I'm on a hardcore diet right now to be able to, I say hardcore, but I've like been bad the past 2 evenings. I've been on a good diet to lose some weight getting ready for the wedding. But that pizza has my name on it, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to hold off, guys. I need your strength. I need your strength. Put 1 in the chat if you think I should eat the pizza, and 2 in the chat to give me the willpower to survive, to hold off. I'm hoping you guys are looking forward to my future and will vote too. You're an enabler? Oh no. Here comes the ones. Oh no. 3. What does 3 mean? What does 3 mean? Maybe you skip past the pizza and I go to McDonald's? I'm just kidding. I don't know. 2. I got 1 too. Heck he's caring for my well-being, guys. I'm touched. I'm touched. Cliff just responded to your support request. Dude, he's working, he's grinding, and he's communicating all at the same time. Multitasker at the highest level. Guys, and when you think about it, like how big this patch was, like the last update was in July. This huge patch, August, September. 2 months of work for this huge patch that is probably going to be the ground level of the foundation of the Halloween update, the Christmas update, and the Easter update. I have no clue what's going to happen. Everybody's voting 1, so I think I have to eat the pizza now. Right, babe? No, she's not there. Or she's there. She's shaking her head right now if she's there right now. We'll see. My account, your account keeps getting flagged for cheats? Bro, why are you cheating, bro? Why are you cheating? I'm just joking, man. I'm just pulling your chain. You're right. You're right. He's completely right. I probably, with all the excitement, have burned 9 slices of pizza, so I can probably eat 1. I'm at a negative caloric intake. I walked 3 miles earlier. Well, that's not true. I walked 3 miles yesterday. What did I do today? I didn't do any work today. Then again, I also haven't had dinner, and I've been streaming for 3 hours, so. You win 100%. It's probably the best argument of the night. I'm not. Probably the best argument. We completed the bounty. Should you buy stuff on Engine X and deal with transfer crystals? Or is it easier to purchase with shadow stones? I mean, I'm a strong. I mean, look, when I had to make that same, I had to do that same question, and I chose shadow stones. You know, I had to make that same. But of course, maybe I'm long term, and you might be more short term. So I don't know. But I chose shadow stones. Gas fees can be ridiculous right now, especially if you're buying multiple items. Ooh. Gluten-free pizza, you're right. I should have. Think about the wedding. Think about the wedding. See, I think about the wedding. I'm down. I'm down for that. It's all good. But I also think I can lose the weight regardless. I don't know. I don't know. Gas is $40 or $50 right now? Ouch. Ouch. Did I loot the crown? No, I actually bought the crown. This was the last purchase I made. It's about a week ago. What was the crown? All right, good night, Skillful. Thank you so much for jumping on in. Hope you had a good one, man. Hope I was able to answer as many questions, and not just me, but Cliff. You know what? Someone wrote... Okay, where are we at? What are we doing? Yeah. Empool is right. You don't need transfer stones to buy. That's only to withdraw items. Gas was $73 8 hours ago. You looted a crown? Very nice. That's a very valuable item, man. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm personally, I don't know. Well, I don't know. I don't know. Let me put it this way. I got it a week ago, and I was kind of kicking myself for not having got it earlier. So. Ooh, you're right. The wedding is gonna happen no matter what. So just eat. Ooh. Tomorrow's Saturday, right? See, but here's the thing. Maybe I eat good tonight, so brunch tomorrow. Remember, breakfast is my favorite. Maybe brunch tomorrow's like bad. Or maybe not bad, but just I can stuff my face. Steak and eggs? That's kind of... I can make it healthy. Steak and eggs in the morning. So that means I can eat bad tonight? No. Well, I don't even know, man. Like a really nice omelet? Oof. Mimosas? Oof. I don't like mimosas, but my sister does. So, but whenever she gets one, you know how it is. Not bad compared to a few weeks ago. Gas was around 100 to 200. Yep. You just opened 2 silver chests and got 2 gold. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Got to roll the dice, baby. I'm one of the ones that roll the dice. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, we need to. Let's turn this in. 1, 2. I think it was 1 and 1. 2 silks. Let's roll the dice. I think it's the bronze chest. Run 1 extra mile for every pizza. Yeah? It's my sleep schedule. That's what I need to get down pat. I need to get my sleep schedule down. And then once I get my sleep schedule back to normal, oof, we're going to be able to tear it up. It'll probably be faster for me to go to Mount Olkep, but I kind of want to go to... Let me see. I want to go fishing. I think I'm going to go to... Hey, we got some more bits coming on in. Good night. Eat that pizza. Yes, sir. I'm on it, baby. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. You just got your first blockchain item? Congrats. That's always a good feeling. Culinary Call Volume 1. Very nice. The recipes right now don't have an effect, but we're about to get an update. Maybe that's one of the things that gets an effect. What was it? Yeah, let's go like full XP gain here. Let's go get that bonus XP while we still can. I'm going to take an extra one of these in case I get in trouble, since I'm not taking an Archer ring. Just in case I fall asleep while we're chatting. Look at that inventory. Yeah, 5.5 mil. Yeah, but you have to remember, it's not including the prices for some of these things that haven't sold. Until we get an item like for the Dark Scourge, until it's sold, there's no price. So like, where does it say the price? Oh, right here, like 73 Shadowstones. Nothing for Shadowstones here, so we'll have to see once things play out. How much would I estimate in USD? I haven't looked at the numbers since before. When was it? When was the last time? Easter, before Easter? When the stash still showed engine instead of Shadowstones, what would happen was that engine value was calculated based off of engine X. So everything that had ever sold had a price. And at that time I had 200,000 Shadowstone, 200,000 engine. And that was pre-Easter. Or maybe it was the end of Easter before Shadowstones. So it was roughly around 200k engine. So it was nice. It was nice. Only worth looking at the numbers during the events. Yeah, yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, that's the time, right? That's the time. Let's get this bonus XP from everything, from the fishing, from the mining, the bonus gold, and the bonus from the legendary tools before that bonus goes away. Oh, I didn't open the... Oh, man, I didn't open the bounty. That's okay. We'll be all right. Who knows off the top of their head how many nodes are in... How many mining nodes are in here? I did spend the gold. Unfortunately, I spent 60% of all the gold I had getting back a mythical stonebreaker and a miner's hat that I died for a stupid reason. I was trying to be slick while I was watching. I was being cute. I was in the final room, like I dropped my blue gram right outside the dungeon exit, and I had already cleared that room. So I went back to a lava room, and I was just like low on health, and I was like, I have enough time to run across the lava, teleport back, and then click the door to get out, which technically I did. The only problem is like when I misclicked the door, and I wasn't paying attention, and then I died. So that really sucked. There's 8 and 4 fishing. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Snow, or Mrs. Now. I'm not sure. I'm just kidding. Just joking. Yeah. F to pay respect, baby. Press F to pay respects. So I lost a lot of it there. Then probably another 20 or 30% I put into farming production skill XP. So I got engineering up to 33, cooking to 21, and alchemy to 28. Mostly because I was marathoning. We were marathoning, me and my fiance, we were marathoning Money Heist on Netflix, Casa de Papel. We were marathoning that, and like what she marathons while she's doing her homework. So I have the laptop on my lap, and I'm just like running back and forth, grinding production skills while I'm watching the show. No more swimming in the lava pits. Yep. And then I would say the rest of the gold, the other 20% of the gold, I spent last night, and I got a whole bunch of potions for the graveyard event in the case that we can take inventory slots in there. And even if we can't, I still think those items could go up in value in general because of how little people could produce them. And I do think we're going to probably get a big difficulty spike here to go along with the new armor. So I figured it was worth the risk. You know, it may come back and bite me in the ass. But the good thing about the way I looked at it is if a new event's coming or a new patch is coming, it's going to bring more players in the game, which means more gold's going to circulate. So more of an opportunity for me to get gold back if I need to. I do speak Spanish, but very weak. Yo necesito un poquito más práctica con mi español, pero es una cosa que... Ay, yo no sé. I grew up pretty much in both a bilingual home, so... But in school we only spoke English, so all of my friends only ever spoke English. So my Spanish is weak. But it is what it is. Yeah, Money Heist is really good. I'm not going to do spoilers because I just watched the season finale, but no! That's all I'm going to say. No! That's the only sentence I can say in Spanish, though, bro. How can you say that I speak good Spanish? No. I can read in Spanish very well, and I understand Spanish listening, and I understand Spanish very well, but I just don't have a lot of practice speaking it. So, like, I think in English, and I'm trying to translate to speak in Spanish, rather than trying to think in Spanish, you know? And it's hard. Yeah, I watched Money Heist in Spanish with subtitles, English subtitles. Oh, no. I know, bro. It's so sad. Difficulty with Korean, but you do the same? I feel you, man. I feel you. I don't know, guys. I don't know. So I think we covered a whole bunch of the stuff with the patch. Cliff was generous enough to grace us with his presence. You know, only other updates I can think of, I've, talked to you multiple times, guys, about the idea of starting up a guild or an NFT project. I'm doing a lot of research, but I just keep researching. So who knows, I don't know exactly how things are going to kick off, right? See, the thing is that, like, if I build something, I want to be able to build something that, like, has long-standing possibilities, even if it's like a small group of people rather than like a huge, YGG type of guild type of thing. I'm looking into the legality of it. I'm looking into the ideas of like what it means to open up a DAO type of corporation in the United States, what it means to like do to do an initial offering, whether it's selling NFTs or doing coins. It's a lot of homework. I'm learning a lot, and honestly, the truth of the matter is that right now everything like on the legal aspects getting all being played out, so it's hard to like really know what to do. But we'll have to see how it all goes. Probably gonna just, I don't know. I mean, I could draw up a huge white paper. I've come up with like different models of like how an economics could work for a guild. But the truth of the matter is, so much of it is based on will probably be based on smart contracts that are going to like be developed over time. That's a real issue that I'm having right now. But like thinking about like the different types of services a guild can provide to its members. How does like a guild, like why would someone want to be part of a guild, so on and so forth. Soul coming in. How were you able to acquire 9 transcendents? I think I have more than 9, but investing, picking the right times, the right times to buy, the right times to trade, the right time. Like, the truth of the matter also is when you have a long-term perspective and you have a majority of players that are more short-term in nature, it's a lot easier to be able to find the meeting of the minds, right? Where someone's willing to give up an item and someone else is willing to acquire an item. Because a lot of the times when I made deals, it was with the understanding of saying like, hey, I may be paying up now, but my goal isn't to make money now. My goal is to hold these items into the future, which means I can just wait for price appreciation. So, yeah. Yeah, good pick. I mean, I was trying to pick up things when people didn't have a lot of, when the player base was low, when people didn't have a lot of, well, maybe not confidence. Players have always had confidence in the game. Like, there's very few players that have ever played the game and not enjoyed it. But, man, I'm already out of healing. But, I just tried to do the work and to come up with like valuations on what I think some of these items can be worth. I don't think my valuations are right, but I was willing to bet on them. And when an opportunity presented itself, I took it. I took it. So I played around with the idea of like what it would mean for the guild to like token, like, obviously Lost Relics is the main game I play in. I mean, I have investments in other games, but my time is invested here and in this community. You know, the way I look at it when it comes to a guild is I think that, like, obviously I want to be able to, like, I want to be able to do a guild where the whole idea is that people are able to contribute back to each other, to be self-sustaining, rather than a, like, quick type of, like, onboarding of people and it all play out. I do like the idea of a DAO. You know, I've been researching on how taxations of DAOs and the legal structures for DAOs would need to be set up. There is no answer right now, to tell you the truth. We need a lot more guidance. But I mean, I do know I've been getting comments from a lot of players that they're, like, willing to help. They're willing to, like, build this thing out together. You know, what it can mean and what it can turn into really is going to depend on the... Oh, I thought that was a void goat. I was like, why is that goat brown? But no. It really is just going to depend on a lot of different features that are actually going to be able to be implemented or not. But yeah, I mean, we're going to have to see how it goes. Anybody here that is interested in the type of idea, hit me up. You can hit me up on Telegram or Discord. You can hit me up, send me a DM on Twitter. There's my Twitter handle if you like. He put it in the stash deposit? What do you mean? What did I put in the stash deposit? Wow, I like, my mind is out of it, guys. Because I'm just so starving. But you know what? We really do need to go look at items real quick. This will be the last thing I'm going to do. We're going to do a quick recap. We've had 1 day's worth of activity. 1 day's worth of activity of since the article released. Okay. I'm right. So right now we're going to go through this. You ran a 5,000 member guild. Hit me up, bro. I'd love to have a conversation. I'd love to talk about, like, just a little bit of your journey. Pick your brain a little bit. Oh, great idea for the stash deposit instead of running back to the box. Yeah, definitely. I think that would be I think that's going to be really big. Really big. More resources into the game, more runs, which means more gold. Probably also means more deaths, right? The more chances you go into a dungeon, the more chances you have to die. Yeah, the stash update, big quality of life. Big quality of life. Okay, so let me see. Lullaby potions went up. Did I get one? Yeah, I bought one yesterday. I only bought one. Warden's keys. 11 sold today. 1 lethal adrenaline. Did I get one? I did get one. 2 bleeding zircons. Pendants are going to be interesting to watch. Like, I do think players are going to now be able to buy pendants. We're going to get an influx of pendants. But I have a feeling that a lot more features are tied behind pendants now. Like, obviously, as a developer, Cliff would want to incentivize people getting pendants. So I don't know if I mean, there's going to be a lot of supply. The question is, like, what's going to happen with the demand? Oh, the chips. Yeah, they help me think. They help me think. I like to shuffle them whenever I'm going into thought. I haven't played poker in a long time. Months. Maybe a year. Ogun Claws, okay. 6 90-day pendants going. That's a pretty good quantity for 90-day pendants. What am I doing? I'm searched by rarity. Hold on. Let me search by price. 17 30 days. Two zircons. 11 claws. That's not a lot. Okay, there's nothing there. Let's go to epics. 3 miner's hats. That's interesting. That's a lot. 1 slice of life. What am I seeing here? 2 marshmallows. Ooh, 40. Oh, no, that's me. My bad. That's me. That's me and that's me. So don't worry. I didn't buy 46 though. Someone else had the same idea I had apparently. I roughly, what do I have? I have 36. Maybe I bought, I'm sure I had. This is probably a lot of me. Peach foil potion. 29. What do I have? 28. That might have all been me. Someone's coming in and buying, setting a floor here. Someone's buying all of these that they can get. Spectral soul shards. Ruby cedars, 46. Raw carps. Draco berries. Someone came in hard on the Draco berries here. 4 or 5 days ago. How many do I have? I have 79. There's a pendant argument going on between non-dairy and mild sauce. Who's predicting that it to go down? I did buy some bombs. With the idea being that if you could take items into you, got circle a big mob while you're doing this dungeon, never spawning dungeon, drop a flash fire mine, clear a wave. Let's see. You're buying silver chests right now? Nice. Guys, Cliff is in Striker's stream. Cliff being in Striker's stream is great, but right here is where the reviews out in game market is the real gem of his streams. I'm trying, man. I'm trying. Right now what I'm doing is I'm just going through the market the same way that I normally do. If you have an item that you want to talk about, put it in the chat and we'll revisit it. I like to sort by price and I like to go by tier. 5 axes. 3 multi-grains, 6 bamboos. I'm looking for something that stands out. 2 snowflakes kind of stands out to me. 7 protection amulets. I mean, there's an argument to be made that if more gold is going to be made because new players come for the update, then the more players come for the update, the more gold's generated, which means the more that anybody can spend, the more the entire community would spend on these items. So it could be bullish. See, this one's a nice little breakdown here. But we may have, I mean, somebody's still buying these up, right? Someone's still buying. How many do I have? I sold them all already. Mysterious scrolls. Nightfire nuggets. This is one I've been paying attention to, because you can only get them in bounty chests. And it's an ingot, right? So it's probably going to be used in forging, which is why I've been able to get 34 of them so far. But there's very low liquidity. Like it's very few. 4, 3. The average day, 3 or 4 get bought. So for me to get 34, I had to buy like over the course of 10, 12 different days. Resistance potions could help. See, this is the thing. It has an effect right now that we don't see. I think it might be a good bet. A good bet that this effect might come into play. Into the next patch, but they're not that expensive to create, but you do need to be a higher level alchemist. But someone apparently came in and bought 10 or 11. I don't think I bought these. I think I skipped resistance potions because I'm already able to craft them. Oh no, I'm not. No, you know what? This was me. I just bought them yesterday. Well, granted, it was 4 in the morning, guys, and I was buying stuff because I was reading the patch. I was passing out. I was going FOMO style. Well, maybe what do I have? I have 32 of those and 20 of these. To me, I would have bought more of these. I think I bought these, and then the fact that it takes a blockchain item. See, so I wonder if these blockchain items are also going to go away. They were not really talked about in the patch, right? We'll go into blockchain items right now. Don't worry. The war pledge, yeah, I'm bullish on the war pledge. Personally, you bought a lot of coal. Yeah, I have a lot of coal too, and also because like mining's my higher production skill. I'm not too worried about it, right? I'm gonna be in Mount Olcap. My assumption, unless difficulty and maps change, I assume I'm gonna continue to be in Mount Olcap a lot, getting mining resources. So that's why I didn't use the money there. But obviously, it's different for every single player. Do I open all my bounty chests? Yes, I do. I do open all my bounty chests. I mean, unless like I need the money, which I haven't in a while. Like I had 1.5 million gold for like a month, 2 months before I started to use it. What do you recommend for weapons in the way of a longbow or the short bow or the two-handed axe versus the sword? It's hard, man. Because we're talking about engine items, like I think it might be better to just, I think it's just safe to say like just buy up the floor. Buy the floor on whatever you can. That way, if you get burned, you won't lose a lot, and maybe you even have leftover money to maybe buy a relic or buy something else to be in addition to. Look, when we're having this big of changes, like this patch is going to be huge. We're going to have another patch sooner or later that's going to be just as huge. That's going to change the difference between axes and relics. Like, look, for me, the reason why I have so many axes is because they were the floor because nobody wanted them. Nobody wanted axes. That's why I have the Dark Scourge. That's why I have the Grim Dividers. That's why I have, you know, the all these other ones, because they were always been the lowest item. And I'm like, hey, it's still a legendary item. We're going to get to a point in time where not everybody can have a legendary weapon. I'm going to buy up the floor, and that's how I ended up with axes. Then it just turned, then I get lucky that the next update has a buff to axes, and boom, now all of a sudden everybody wants them, right? So it's just like, the truth is like, nobody knows what the hell future patches, like, Cliff doesn't even know what the next future patches are. He knows what he wants to work on, but like something comes out with Polka Dot or Engine tomorrow, it changes a patch, you know? So yeah, nobody knows. So like the one thing that you can know is that everything is going to change. So in a world where everything changes, but everything continues to grow, I'll just keep buying up the floor every time. That's what I've been doing. But, oh yeah, we were looking at prices. Where were we? Oh man, guys, I'm dying of starvation here, but I do really want to finish this. You know what? Give me 5 more. Give me 5 of these. Let's open something to end the stream. Oh, whoa. Okay, I'll go to 2,500. That just opens. Oh, that's a lot. I know I only have 24K. Just give me 2. I only have 24K. I'm poor. There's nothing there. Okay, don't worry about it. Teardrops. Ooh, big jump. They're used for alchemy right now. They're also craftable a lot. Interesting. I don't know what to think about it, but interesting. I don't know why. This is one that always keeps coming up in my mind. Like, it's obviously more valuable than what 500 gold, but same thing with Peach, but I guess it's low because it's a consumable. No one really wants to give value to consumables. But if there's increased difficulty, then you know, consumables are going to be needed. Brute force potion. This is the one I can craft. I didn't buy this one. Ooh, 200. Look at this. Bamboo's jumping. 248. Ah, people are thinking they're going to be using this for bows. People are thinking you're going to use this for bows. What level do you need to be to get it? Level 25? There's a lot of people that are level 25 scavenging. We'll come back. Did I buy some of these? I don't know if I bought some of these. Okay. Go to uncommon. This one will probably be quick. Gold bounty chests. Like it. My guess is somebody's accumulating these, waiting for the patch and then opening them. Interesting how gold prices have increased. Do you see how they've increased so much, and then we look at silver, it keeps hitting this. No one wants to pay more than 21K, and then it falls back down. 21K, it falls back down. Okay. Tools. I mean, I don't think we should even look about 200 and something lofty potions. That wasn't. No, I only have 1. I think I'd rather just scavenge the grapes and make them myself. You know what? Hold on. Maybe I should buy something because I'm low on alcohol. I'm fine. I'd rather scavenge them. We'll wait for the update and see exactly what happens here. Oh, shoot. My bad, guys. I haven't jumped in real quick. Let's see. What do you recommend? Are we talking about that? Totally, not totally for investment, but for playability. Yeah. I still think the idea about buying the floor because like, again, playability. Like, nobody knew that axes were going to get a buff, so like that made them more playable. No one's going to know what the future patches are going to look like for weapons, so I think just getting your weapon at whatever tier you want to get it in, I think that's just got to be the main key here. Check the coral weed price. Yes, we'll get right there. Let's see how Stryker gets pretty good ideas from what's going on in the whole community by looking at these numbers. I mean, what am I? I'm probably 60-70% incorrect. But like, the reason why I look at these numbers right now is because I know we're about to get a big influx. So like, I'm not interested really in what's happening right now. I want to know what's the base thing to compare so that when we hit 1,000 players, maybe in Halloween, like, I'll know, like, hey man, I was just looking at those nuggets. What are they called? The blue nuggets. And I was looking at them and I remember like the price was going for like 4,000 or 5,000 gold. And now they're jumping to 15,000 gold, but they're not being used. So are they going up in 15,000 gold because someone's collecting them? Or are they going up because there's a lot of gold and people have gold and everybody's just buying them, Like, it just leads to like different questions to make assumptions. Not a lot of activity here. Lofties. Um, 200. Well, this could be just slither skin. 1,000 slither skins. How many do I have? Okay, I'm fine. 3,000 of these. So that's interesting. This is interesting. Someone's coming in here and thinking like 20 gold is too low, and it probably is too low. How many do I have? 2,000. I mean, this is a real. This is probably the one that like interests me the most. Whoever did this, because someone here is assuming that with this new tool changes, that 20 gold is going to be the minimum for tools. I guess. I mean, I don't know what this is, but. Worst case scenario, you have a tool. Oh yeah, that's what it is. Worst case scenario, you bought a tool that's going to break, right? Would you pay 20? If you know it's going to break, I don't think it's going to go less than 20 gold. So why not take the chance? But what if crafting them is different? I already have a lot, so I'm not going to buy any more. But what if crafting them's different? What if they don't get crafted the same way because tools are going to change? Hold on, this is a good one. I don't know who did this, but smart thinking here. Hold on, what was the thing on tools? Oh, all it says. But see, this is fishing, mining, and woodcutting. Is there any? I can't think of anything that would be in here that would make someone do this, other than the assumption of like, there's no way they're going to go down from 20, so might as well. But if they're going to break, and you have 3,000 of them, then so what? You never have to buy one again. Like, you just keep using them, let them break, equip a new one, right? But if something changes and makes it harder for you to, it makes it harder for you to actually make them for whatever reason, then that 20 gold just turns into 40, 60, 80 gold? I don't know. I mean, it's probably here, right? Something to do with these. You're going to be needing them for bowstrings. You're probably going to need them for fishing line too. Maybe it's harder to get fishing lines to make these tools. I don't know. It's a good one. I'm not going to buy them, but I'm not saying you should buy them. I'm just wondering, like, someone, someone's doing this, did that on purpose. So, okay. That's enough time with virtuals. Let's get out of here. Actually, is there anything unique and uncommon? This is the one that I still just can't figure out. Why is someone buying this for so much? The only thing I can think of is that these are needed for so many, and I wouldn't know, that these are needed for so many bounty quests that everybody turned them in. And because everybody turned them in, you can't get them anymore because you need them from elites. Oh shit, 14,000. That's a big jump. How many do I have? 1,000? Big speculations here. This is normal, I guess. I mean, engineering's gonna be the big one, right? Everyone's gonna. I mean, engineering's getting all the buffs, so I get it. Or not the buffs, but they're getting all the new utility. This one I do need. Can't freaking afford that much. This is the problem with spending all my gold. I need some because I need to craft. I need it according to my numbers. All right. See, I was running low. Now I have almost enough. Okay, so that's fine. Smart move. Someone bought a lot of seismic dug. I've been looking at this for a while. Of course, this goes back to bombs. Smart move. That they picked a whole lot. I'm fine. I'll let it go. This is probably a smart one too, but I have so many. Okay, let's go to the creme de la creme, right? What are we doing? What are we doing here? Still nothing with Void Goat. Mythical. One hopper. What else? Nothing there. Okay, let's go to legendary. This is probably what y'all been waiting for, right? 2 photonic incubators. 1 pumpkin. Someone's been trying to sell this one in the Telegram and in the Discord. A Winds of Ash. See, this is where I messed up. Probably about a month ago or 2 months ago, I sold 1 or 2 legendary bows so that I could buy the floor up on some other resources. Well, no, I guess there's no way because like I'm gonna make, it's gonna be really good. I have a lot of the items that are gonna get updated, so maybe it was a good investment. But I really didn't want to let go of the legendary bow. I'm kicking myself, but maybe it actually was better for me in the end. 1 Iron Fang, 100's leverage. Yeah, I was picking up these, like, I have 3 of them now. I'd slowly been getting them during 2020. And they're gonna get an effect. Starlight's gonna get an effect. This is the one I was trying to get, and I couldn't get it. Barley Grain, look at that jump. Oof. Look at that jump. I have 1. I picked this one up too when the Shadowstones came out, I think. Easterly Windchasers 3. I'm not gonna lie, I put it on the other day and I haven't used it in a long time and it felt really good. 4 Wrathcrown eggs, 1 Skull of the Bound, 3 Furies, 7. Look at this. Oh wow, 90 engine. We'll come back. 3 Santa Sleighs. 2 Christmas Nights. 7 Grim Dividers. See, this is the one I killed it on. This is the one I killed it on. This one too. Eesh. I bought both of these when the Shadowstones came out. No, I'm sorry. This one, the Shadowstones came out. This one like 2 or 3 weeks later. Crystal Rosen. Penny Presto. Okay. So like, this is the way I would look at it, right? So like if the mushroom's going for 90 engine, 9,000. What's another one? 12, 14. I think it's better to look at these. No one knew what Starlight, Grains, or Pump or the Mushroom were going to do. Nobody knew what those were going to do. They all look like resources, right? So now they're getting relic. Now they're turning into relics. So if I go look just at relics, let's go to effect, sorted by price. What's the cheapest relic? The cheapest relic is the Band of Ear. So like by buying this, you're pretty much saying by buying these two, you're saying that these are going to be at least equal to the band. And this one too will be cheaper than the band by buying them, is what you're assuming. Of course, you're also assuming that these prices are right, which might change. So I think that's it. If we go to Epic, yeah, look at that. There goes this. Thank God I got one the other day. 3 on the same day. I was actually debating this too. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna do it. Okay, there you go. How many do I have now? 4? Okay. I mean, look, the idea about epic relics are rare. You know, I know we're getting more epic relics, but I actually think epic's gonna be the range where everyone needs to pay attention to right now. Mostly because we've gotten to the point where like legendaries have increased in value. Like if you go look at my VOD from last year, like you could have gotten a legendary melee weapon and a legendary bow for around like $70 for both of them, and look at the prices now. And as the player base grows, I think that it's just, I mean, first it was Transcendence, then it's just going down the tiers, right? The more the players grow, the harder it is to get items. The harder it is to get items, the more people focus in on the ones that are available. So, you know, a relic for 10 engine, you know, I already have a few. I'll take it, you know. But if we go back here, let's see, Frostbite 4. Yeah, here's this one. I didn't have any of these. One I missed, and I was trying to get them. I remember really hard I was trying to get them, but no one was selling. I just picked the wrong time. Sorry guys, I haven't checked in the chat. I'm just going through this real quick and then I'll jump back in with you. Arrow Piercer. Scar Carver. Look at that. Ooh. Maybe I should have thought about that. I don't know. It's a hard one. In a world where I just got a relic for 10 engine, do I want to pay 25 engine for a resource? Because it's an ingot. We know it's going to be a resource. It says it in the paper. But I don't know. Maybe. This one's going to be an interesting one. I don't know. Maybe they're going to get... If this gets an effect, does that mean the like mythical one's going to get an effect? The Stone of the Infliction? Oh, we're about to get to 4 hours. Damn. Okay, guys. And I'm starving, but I really want to get through this. The Ravager 1, 3 axes, 2 Night Shredders, 2 Lambos. Go Gum, I just got that one. Seven ingots. I have 9, okay. The amulet. No. What are we looking for? What are we looking for? Oh, crumbs. Thorn Thistle. I'm just gonna buy the floor. Well, maybe I should look at it actually. I don't think it's gonna be available, but yeah, let's just see if I can buy the floor. I just want to put the shadow stones to work. Wait a minute. Why won't it let me buy? 670 something. 673. Let's see. Sorry, chat. I know. I need to get with you guys. My bad. Let's see if anybody's willing to sell. Probably not. Oh well, I'll hold them. Okay, so go back. Now we go to rares. This is just going to be all over the place. There'll be a lot of activity here. 20 engine? That's... I don't know. What's got activity? The gecko skin, 3 honeycombs. Okay. Here, what do we got? 2 keys. Dry brushberry. Okay. Let me think. I think I'd rather just sit here. I don't think there's anything here that I want. There's just no way to know with these. Good for a random guess, I guess. Let me see. Weapons. Sorted by price. I can't see. Owned. Hold on, guys. I'm sorry. I'm coming to you. Yeah, we're okay. List. I think I'm just gonna try to buy these. No go, no dice. Okay, I think... Okay, I'm just going to save the rest, and I don't think it matters for really uncommon, really. There's nothing to look at. There probably will be nothing, unless I see like something with 1,000 1,000, or not 1,000, maybe a couple hundred. Yeah, okay, so there's that. Okay, so my bad. Back to the chat real quick before I call it a night. Damn, holy mother of pearl. I missed so many of your questions. I'm just starving and I wanted to get through that and I figured you guys would want to see it, so. Striker, do you think we're going to go back to high difficulty? I think we are. I'm relatively... Yeah, I think there's a high chance we will be. Pay attention, Papa Striker's teaching. Let's see, gonna buy 1,000 of them. Current tools are transforming. Maybe the predicted that we're talking about that price. The new item variant will be a more important. Good idea. Thoughts on your purple mushroom? Yeah, so we were talking about with the purple mushroom how I mean if it's being given that price, then you're saying that it's at least, I mean it'll be cheaper. It'll be cheaper than the band. It'll be the cheapest legendary relic is what you're saying. And maybe I would bet, I mean, I don't know. I think it could be. It might not have a great effect. I think it's probably a high likelihood that you might. There's no way to know. But the only thing that we know is that right now, if it became a relic and without knowing what it is, it would be the cheapest legendary relic. So the question is, do you think 90 Shadowstone, 90 engine 9,000 plus Shadow Stones is worth the cheapest relic, the cheapest legendary relic. Maybe. Thoughts on replacing ingots? Are all the new relics replacing ingots? No. Not all of them, no. What's being replaced again? Let's go really fast. What's being replaced? What's being replaced? Couple of ingots, the grains, the oak, the mushroom, the starlight, and the weed. That's what's getting replaced. Let's see. Mark of the True. My guess is Mark of the True is going to be something related to critical hits or accuracy. That would be my guess. Do we know what the starlight's going to do? No clue, bro. No clue. Maybe others have a clue, but I do not. Rest in peace, Wrath Crown eggs. Why? Because I overlooked them? I like Wrath Crown eggs. I have a couple. I have one. I thought I had a couple. It could get a utility. I don't know. I don't know what it could do. I've heard speculation, but nothing legit. So, or nothing that I'm like listening to or buying into. Why buying purple? Because the mushroom. Because they're buying the mushroom because it's about to be switched to a relic. So there are more items stated in the article that could change. Yes, there could be if we go look at it. Like, I mean, just the idea here. Right here. As well as others not listed here. So these are weapons that are getting effects, and others could be getting effects too. Okay. Let's see. Can I share the Medium post? Sure. I'll put it in the chat real quick. Put it in that Twitch chat. There you go. There you go. There you go. Okay. So really all legendary relics should be, I don't know if they should be, but that's the question. Do you think right now, that's the question everybody's got to ask. And I don't know the answer. All I know is that it would be the cheapest relic. Do you think, is it worth the gamble for it being the cheapest relic? And do you have the funds to take the risk? That's up to you. I'm not sure. But like, I guess my point is that if it was the most expensive one and we didn't know the use, I would be like, no way, I'm touching that. You know? But it's in an area where I can understand why people paid that. I mean, I don't know if it's going to play out. It might not, but I can understand it at least. Let's see. Should you go up in value nearly 10x? Work that market, baby. Seriously, guys, I'm trying, man. I'm trying. Thank you. I have 15k Shadow Stones. Wondering if you should buy the Starlight or the Mushroom. It's a big gamble. You're right. I mean, right now, if it's a gamble, the only way would be I would take the cheaper one. Like, if you're gonna gamble, take less of a risk. But that's if you're gonna gamble. Are you waiting to hear Striker imagine the effects of those new relics? Dude, I don't even want to guess. Like, that's not me. Hashtag Virgo life. Like, guessing, I want to work with tangible, you know, see, maybe this is the thing that happened with the CPA exam. When you're taking the exam, it's like, so first off, the CPA exam is like, it's the one professional exam that has the highest failure rate. It's like, it sucks. It's tough. It's soul draining. But the thing that they teach you when you're taking the exam is that the way that they write the questions, it leaves to a lot of like, it's easy to read the question and make assumptions, or like when the way they write the question, they try to make it to where it's implied that something's gonna happen. Like, I don't know. I mean, it's implied. So like, they always teach you that never assume anything other than the actual words that are on the page. So maybe that's just the way that I like to look at it. So like, I'm never gonna assume an effect is that something's gonna be an effect. Doesn't work for me. I will never make that assumption. I'd rather buy it based on, is this worth the risk, than is this item gonna get this kind of effect. I mean, I could speculate, but I'll never use it for investment. But that's just me. We're waiting to hear. Let's see, Ashenite to the Moon. That's the one I have no clue what's gonna happen with Ashenite. Like, he didn't mention it. It is blockdockchain. Like, is he gonna I mean, I guess you would assume that it's going to be traded for something else, but then because it's uncommon, maybe it doesn't. Maybe that's something that doesn't really matter since it's uncommon by nature. You think that the graveyard bash should let you bring the ring of regen, so that you can only burn gold. Health pots and consumables take gold out of the game. Actually, no, they don't. Health pots and consumables just transfer gold to the alchemist that created them. It's not a gold sink, so that gold stays in the economy. Now, if you bought gold from, if you bought healthcare, if you bought these potions from a shop, an in-game NPC, then that would be a gold sink. So let's see. Cliff said everyone was going to get the same loadout for fairness. True, we're all going to get the same loadout. But are we all going to be able to bring in our own inventory? Probably not. It probably will be the same for everybody. But just posing the question. Please read after the stream so we can't bring consumables, right? We don't know. At least it wasn't confirmed here. Maybe he confirmed it somewhere else. Don't be surprised. I think Cliff will probably be jumping when he gets time from different streamers and answering different questions. So he's done that in the past. So keep an eye on a lot of the other streamers, and it'll be good. Beyond the risk to gain, we want to switch gears and hear about your imagination of the possible effects. Then go eat your pizza. Congratulations to all the engineers for sure. Okay, let's see. You want some speculation? You want me to feed the FOMO? Dude, I have no clue. What the heck, man? I'm guessing, okay, let's see. Dragon Scaler would be resistance to fire. Blissful Tribute. Maybe something where you trade energy, you get health. Badge of the Blight. I think it's going to be something where like percent increase to like something with a debuff. Something debuff. Like it'll debuff you somehow. Tears of the Serenity. Maybe something like where increased regen rate. Increased regen rate. That's my guess. So like your health or your energy regens faster. Like, you know, you get like what, 5 per tick? Maybe now it goes to 15 per tick. Or I don't know. So, Runic Spellstone. Runic Spellstone. What the hell is this thing? Runic Spellstone. I'll go with that guess that I made about Runic Spellstone. Maybe it absorbs magic damage. I don't know. Zigzag Zeal. Increase to mobility. Like increased speed. Maybe that we already have a lot of that. Increased evasiveness. Increased evasiveness. That'll be mine. And the Helixer. That's the only one I'm not going to be able to get, I think. I don't have the Coral Reed, and I don't have the Starlight. Maybe something makes you go invisible. Okay. That's my speculation, guys. I have no clue what the hell I'm talking about. But it's all good. Thank you guys for chilling with me tonight. I'm happy I was able to feed your FOMO. Let me find real quick another streamer to raid on Twitch. And we're going to show them some love. Thank you guys for we had a good little stream there. I know it was dropping some frames. I hope it all comes out good. High chance, not a guarantee, but high chance I'll be streaming tomorrow. So I'll probably be getting in my grind and going. Okay, we're going to be raiding Jay Meyer. Showing him a little bit of love like he's always showed love to us. So I'm going to show him some love. Make sure to tell him that Stryker says hi, ladies and gentlemen. Again, thank you all for chilling with me tonight. Oh, man, really? It's going to take me a little bit. I got to relog, guys. Not relog, but I got to open this thing again. But I think we had a good time. It's going to be interesting to see what happens when the market refreshes and we get some more information. For right now, again, major shout out to Cliff for everything that he's done. Navigating a minefield here. I mean, this is one of the most trickiest things, right? Like, he's been able to make this big change, and it doesn't sound, I'm sure he's going to get some negative feedback in the end, but in terms of the overall player base, like, I don't really see any major ongoing about there being big issues. Of course, we got to wait for the patch to actually come out, so we're going to see how that goes. Fingers crossed it's over the weekend. We'll have to see. Booting up that raid so you guys can get on in there, but thank you guys so much. We had a good time. Don't tell the fiance, but I'm going to get the pizza. I'll catch you guys next time. Have a good night. Peace out.